become a very, very mouth-watering, delicious salad bowl. You have everything in this salad bowl. That means, well, you're going to have all kinds of innovative ideas. Now, I don't know whether you like eating salad or not, but I noticed that when everyone having buffet, when they go out to the salad counter, especially ladies, they like all kinds of veggies, especially those colorful stuff, pouring to that bowl, or tiny or big bowls, and with all kinds of colors, right? And this is the major purpose of our program. We're going to unleash the potential to stimulate the talents are not yet exposed to others via this program. This program has various stages. Now, this is the day one. The first step, we're having this function today, and then we are going to have a virtual GBA tour, a virtual one, because of the pandemic. We have the virtual one in the beginning, right? But later on, when we cross the border and dive into reality of the GBA, enjoy the beauty of that, so we can bring some good ideas in GBA back into Hong Kong while we're migrating some good ideas from Hong Kong to GBA. And then we have the stage activities. Well, we are going to divide the participants into groups, right? And then the participants will generate some good ideas of some projects, and with our judging panels selecting the best. I think that would be a very difficult job for a panel of judges, because I'm pretty sure all participants will be bringing very good ideas to this program. I'm very happy today. Why? Because, well, this is sellable itself already. I'm happy to see Nelson as executive officer of association assisting us to organize this activity. Okay, and he represents the group of people who may lag a little bit behind at the starting point because of some physical limitations, right? But still, he's able to run fast like every one of you. And I'm happy to see many, many young faces here. Young faces of various nationalities and races, complexions. And this is the feature of Hong Kong. Hong Kong is a place, is an international place, welcoming talents of all kinds, talents from all corners of the global village. So this is a very good program. I hope that everyone don't just come attending our function today, but in the coming future, we'll keep on supporting every single stage, every single part of activity. Once again, on behalf of our association, a big thank you. Enjoy your day.
We are very honored for the opportunity of having the following special guest. He's joining in welcoming Dr. David Chung, JP, Undersecretary for Innovation and Technology of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Lai and Nelson, for welcoming me and all the young faces. So I am so excited for having me here. I heard about this CNHK, INT project for a while. I know it's really a challenge to bring today's event together, and I think despite the challenges, we can make it happen. There's a Hong Kong spirit. I think it's so important, and that's also innovation. And I think how we can make this program successful and benefit all the youngsters, I think is the major mission for Chairman Lai, Nelson, and the group, and also for the Hong Kong SAR government as well. And Hong Kong as an international city, as Chairman Lai mentioned, I think it's so important how we can foster talent to build Hong Kong as the international INT hub for the region. And it's also a perfect gateway to GBA. And I think that's the lead to the future with technology is so important, because as you understand, the GBA has a number of, I would say, high-tech industry in the region, and it's a very, I would say, impactful to the world. And you can see ranging from ICT industry, car industry, to ESG industry, you name it. It's all around GBA. And I think that's so important for the current term of the government, that we catch the so-called high-speed train, the global trend. And we have poured in a number of resources. I think one of those is money. I think it's so important. And also we have a number of initiatives and in different directions. And I think just a quick recap of what we have been doing in the past five years. So far, we have poured in 130 billion Hong Kong dollar into the R&D sector. Imagine if you are part of this, you bring benefit. And we're also seeing some, I would say, result. Not yet a big win, but imagine just a Hong Kong, in terms of about 7 to 8 million people, we have 12 unicorns. Okay, and some of those unicorn is going to exit, and you are hearing IPO in. We just have one in Nasdaq from Hong Kong, all the way from CityU Technology. In terms of testing, because of the pandemic, and I would say they take benefit out of this. And then we have number of those listing in Hong Kong Stock Exchange. So I hope that we can build more and more of these success cases and make the young people think that they can be part of that. Okay, because they were going to hire a number of not just the tech talent. They need business development, they need accountants, they need all kinds of professionals, because a unicorn, they really need to have a lot of talent. Okay, so this is the so-called new industry that we are trying to build for Hong Kong. So why it's so important? Again, I think we heard about this program. It's all about the mindset, okay, the talent mindset. Because traditionally, you get into studying, get into university, you just go for government job, like me, right? So I'm part of the government, but the same, I would say for you, maybe you can take a different route, okay? You may want to go into the high-tech sector. Why is so important? I mentioned the exit, right? The exit is just part of this. But in terms of, I would say, the return and the impact you can take part of it, I would say will be tremendous. Because, for example, number of technology that you are using today, like the iPhone, that kind of things, is also because of a lot of manpower, brain power behind it to design all the way from marketing to distribution. Okay, so if we can have, or I would say part of this journey, I would say every one of you can take benefit of that. And this is a global trend, not just happening in United States or Beijing or China. Hong Kong, we can be part of this exciting moment. And give you some of the hints. If you are doing the R&D, we just launched the Hong Kong Hub just a couple of days ago. And we have 28 different projects on AI, robotics, and also the health sector. And this has create number of, I would say, high-tech job, R&D job for you all. Because we are going a local university like Chinese U and also a number of university in Hong Kong are going to partner with renowned institution overseas. And all the labs, because again, if you're doing the wet lab, you need a lot of resources to build it, and also high-tech equipment for testing, that kind of thing. So all in all, we have all these facilities to share, I would say, surface all of the R&D scientists. And this is just the beginning of it. And also, I would say, besides the money resources, the land resources. Think about if we don't have the land like Cyberport today, we cannot sitting here. We cannot do it virtually, and we cannot meet physical each other. And we heard about the Northern Metropolis and also the Lok Ma Chau Loop. That will be about 1/3 of Hong Kong. A land will be created for I&T industry. So imagine if you grow your company today, a one-man company to 1,000, men and ladies company, you still need physical space, Okay, so I think that will be the future. We're just beginning of this journey of that, and just the nearby the Lok Mau Chau Loop, we have 240 hectares of land. Okay, Cyberport here is only 24 hectares of land. Okay, so 10 times of that, just in Shenzhen alone, Shenzhen area. Okay, so I would say the next administration of Hong Kong SA government already, we are reorganizing ourselves. So ITB, my bureau will adding the industry. Okay, so we'll not just create the R&D result, but also we want to create the final product in Hong Kong. Okay, so the all in all is that we are not just create the IP, the intellectual property, but we are going to create the final product. Because why is it important? Like, for example, the iPhone. The content, the R&D content may be 10, 20%. If you can go to all the way from end to end, the rest of the 80% profit, you will take advantage of that. Okay, so this is so important. Again, I don't want to bore you of this, but I would say just give you a very positive mindset is that you are here listening, you already earned the ticket to the INT journey. So again, thanks for listening, and I hope you all enjoy. You are going to GBA even virtually. I think people will enjoy that and try to understand more, and then opportunity and challenge ahead is I can understand, but this is a very important step for you to join this program, and then hopefully we can get some out of it, and we'll enjoy the rest of the journey in the INT exciting journey for all of you. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Chung. The next special guest is Eric Chen, Chief Public Mission Officer of the Hong Kong Cyberport Company Limited. Mr. Chen, please.
Thank you, and a warm welcome to everyone, from Cyberport. Chairman Jonathan Lai, Dr. David Chung, Nelson Yip, the distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Well, actually, it gives me much pleasure, to join you on this mobilization seminar. Just as the theme suggested, today's occasion serves as a community shaper, to foster youth's dispositions in innovation and technology development. And I would like to thank China Hong Kong Culture Exchange Association for organizing and inviting Cyberport to be part of this meaningful event. It serves as the interactive platform, for great minds from different sectors to explore and steer youth development for the INT industry. It's actually pivotal to Cyberport's public missions, which is talent cultivations. We have been supporting a lot of activities and events from various partners to make sure that we have enough people joining the talent pool for INT sector. And riding on the golden, opportunity for INT development and entrepreneurship, as Dr. Chung just mentioned, it's imperative to nurture innovative talent and amplify collective efforts for technology innovations and advocacy of digital technology entrepreneurship. Whereas as Hong Kong digital tech hub and a key incubator for entrepreneurship, Cyberport is home to over 1,800 startups and tech companies, including 800 on-site and 900 off-site community members. And Cyberport is also, as Dr. said, we have a number of unicorns from Hong Kong, but we are home to 6 of them, 6 unicorns, 2 virtual banks, 3 virtual insurers, and many, many successful startups in our community. And we are actually, in fact, the largest fintech hub of Hong Kong. Through holistic incubation programs, Cyberport fosters growth of entrepreneurship in different development stages, with targeted support ranging from talent training, seed funding, go-to-market support, facilitations, to finding investors for our startup, which is utmost important. Well, Cyberport's diverse and extensive network connects community members to highly sought after business opportunities, venture capital, technological enhancement, and professional services, paving the way for startup founders to take their enterprises to the next level. Well, to further enrich Hong Kong's technological talent pool and enhance the overall INTM competitiveness, Cyberport Academy was established in 2020 by collaborating with startups, leading technologies companies, business organizations, and tertiary institutions, including universities. The Academy provides a wide range of STEM and technology-focused activities, as well as entrepreneurship training for the youth to empower them with necessary digital skills for future careers, inspiring the entrepreneurship spirit and INT inspiration. But through technology upskilling for industry practitioners, the Academy also strives to enhance digital capacity of our working populations across professions and industry to thrive in the future of work. Whereas the INT sector continues to grow in the size and diversity at local and regional levels, Hong Kong will need all hands on deck to cultivate young minds and inject new blood into the industry so as to seize the emerging opportunities. Well, we also need to foster even more vibrant ecosystem to broaden horizons for innovations and entrepreneurship. Well, that includes increasing the cross-border talent mobility, knowledge exchange, and attracting more smart money. We call it smart money with capital and resources for high-impact R&D projects, supporting translation of R&D and commercialization of technological innovations. Well, Cyberport looks forward to joining hands with all of you, with China-Hong Kong Culture Exchange Associations and other collaborators sharing the same visions, setting the stage for our young innovators to shine as tomorrow's leaders of societies with technology and entrepreneurship power. Thank you very much. Enjoy today.
Thanks, Eric Chan. The next one is Mr. Lati, the Consul General of Israel in Hong Kong and Macau region. He will send the greetings via our big screen.
First of all, I have to apologize that I'm not there physically in this conference, but I really hope and sure that I will come next time, and I wish from the bottom of my heart full success to the participants and to the organizers, which are old and good friends of mine, and we are always happy to cooperate with young entrepreneurs from Hong Kong. And generally speaking, we're here to bring the contacts and the relations between Israel and Hong Kong further. And of course, to us, cooperating in the field of innovation is a very important and vital part, and I think we can benefit from each other a lot. All the best.
And next, we can invite our guests to come on the stage, which is Ernest Chan, Professor Wang, and Ms. Rahman. And as well. And we can start our showing section actually. And Thomas Chau, yes, Mr. Chau. On the way? Oh, yeah, right. And Lydia, we on Zoom to accompany us together. Okay. All right, can we have Thomas to have the first sharing first? Do you have the
Yes, that's fair. Yeah. Better
yeah, we can split
man, right? So choosing a suit and of course.
or
So you know.
good choice.
So good afternoon, everyone. I would first like to start by thanking Nelson for inviting me to do a bit of sharing of a project that I've been working very closely with Nelson over the last few months and years. This startup project. So I think I can start by first introducing myself to everyone here and also people that are behind their screens on Zoom right now. My name is Thomas, and last summer I was an intern working for appetizer company under Nelson. Very fortunately, I was given the chance to work very closely with him and also his technology team in mainland China to work on a technology startup project. And today I'm here to give a bit of sharing and also introduction to what we've been working for in the last few months and years. And I wanted to just say something to everyone behind the Zoom in the screen at their homes today. This is a project for you guys to get inspired and to start your own startup. You guys may think that startup is something that's very far away, that something that as a university student you wouldn't be thinking about. But today I'm sitting here as a current university student introducing a startup project that I've been working very closely with people that are willing to give you help. And I think this program, as well as this mobilization seminar, is a chance for you guys to really receive that kind of guidance and receive that kind of help, no matter it's in terms of ideas, in terms of guidance, technological guidance, to really create a startup project. So I'd first like to talk about our project. This project is called Inside Eyes. And it is a social listening platform. I'm not sure whether you guys have heard of this before. This is a rather new concept that has really been a product of the technology age. The fact that more and more people are receiving information about where to go to eat out, or what kind of companies they want to associate with, or what kind of products they want to buy online, on social media, and also on the internet. Social listening platforms have become a trend recently for companies to learn how to analyze big data online and to brand themselves according to the big data that is available online. So Inside Eye project is really a social listening platform, but with a little bit of twist, a little bit of difference from what we have on the market right now. So firstly, we see the problem as such. We think there's two sort of parts to this. Firstly is that a lot of social listening platforms, a lot of companies increasingly require these platforms to learn how to market themselves and how to brand themselves on social media. I think this is more and more important in the at least in the short term, with COVID-19 lockdowns, with companies unable to conduct their businesses physically. And there's a rise of companies that are operating completely virtually, such as Instagram shops or companies that sell their products through e-commerce platforms. And so being able to brand and promote your products and your company on an online and social media platform is increasingly important in today's age. But however, when we look at the current market solutions for such platforms, we think they're not very catered to the SMEs in Hong Kong. A lot of companies that can afford and also have the expertise to use social listening platforms, they're already international brands. They're already bringing in a lot of money, a lot of profit every year. And they're not really catering to the SMEs that really need this kind of help. And we also see a difficulty in SMEs not understanding the sort of unique value that social listening platforms can bring to their businesses. And Inside Eye program is a program that's trying to change that. It's not only trying to offer a new product, a new value to an untapped market, it's also trying to educate SMEs and also society of the importance of social listening, helping them market and brand their products. And I think this is very important. So the problem we see is that SMEs need social listening, but the current market solutions are inadequate. And we can see this from a bit of data as well. I think when you look at the expected projected size of the world's social analytics platform, it's actually a very large market, and the compounded yearly growth is actually very high at 34.1%. This is especially the case in Western countries, and we see this trend sort of moving towards Asian markets as well. And you can see the kind of growth rate accelerating in the Asia-Pacific area. And especially in Hong Kong, we see so many SMEs. These companies could be restaurants, they could be hotels, they could be small IG shops. And we see more and more of these kinds of companies in Hong Kong, around 340,000 of them. And we think that this is a large market that's currently untapped, and that current social listening platforms have not been addressing them adequately. And so our solution is an SME and startup specific intelligent public sentiment social listening platform tool. There's three elements. Firstly is that it's convenient and easy to use. We understand that most business owners, especially in the SMEs, they may have some kind of difficulty grasping the nature of social listening platforms and how specifically to maximize their utility towards their companies. So we want a platform that's easy to use. And if companies require some kind of guidance, we are definitely there to give them guidance. Secondly is low cost. We think that a lot of social listening platforms, they have an explicit cost barrier to most companies, especially for SMEs that don't have a lot of money to invest in something that's new, that's untried. A lot of current market solutions are unable to address that kind of problem. And finally is a product that's really tailored to their needs. I think that for most SMEs, they're more worried about marketing rather than sort of large branding projects or large brand building projects, such as hosting events related to, say, sustainability. Of course, those events are very important, but for SMEs, they're more worried and more concerned about how to get their brand out there, how to make sure that customers know about their company and know about their projects. So we need a social listening platform that really addresses that kind of problem. And so our product, in terms of the technology it uses a web crawler to browse social media platforms such as Facebook, Instagram, forums like Baby Kingdom. And it also uses AI analysis to analyze popular keywords such as trends, and also about what people say about different companies, whether they're positive, whether they're negative. The AI would able to analyze that and create perhaps a chart that explains how many percentage of posts are positive and how many percentage of posts are negative. And we're using these kinds of technology would have daily auto-generated analytics reports that let companies know about how much the general public is engaging with their company daily on social media platforms, and as well as what they think about those companies. And that's very important in terms of how you brand your company, how do you promote your company, what kind of ads you should put up. And so our target segment is really sort of three major groups. Firstly is SMEs and local brands, entrepreneurs, and also charities and NGOs. And we can really see the kind of needs that these target segments have in terms of brand positioning, in terms of differentiating their products, looking for new marketing channels, as well as co-marketing opportunities to estimating social impact, etc. So our business model, we really think that there's sort of two major ways that we can engage with our customers. Firstly, is on a subscription basis, either monthly or annually, or it is a project-based platform where the team at Project Insight Eyes would be able to work very closely with the customer, with the client, understand their needs, and use the social analytics platform to help maximize utility and maximize the value that we bring to our clients. In terms of main advisory packages, we are really tailoring this to SMEs. And so there's a package on brand building, as well as a package on marketing. And in terms of marketing, I think this is going to be the most popular product, given that a lot of companies would like to use KOLs to help promote their products. And a lot of times, companies may have difficulty sort of discerning which kind of KOLs are best at representing their brand, representing their company. And I think that this is very important for us to help them understand that and also gain more insight of that through a social analytics platform by learning sort of what kind of reputation different KOLs have, what kind of values are associated with them, and whether those align with the clients that want to use them. In terms of what sets us apart from the competition, I think that generally we want to offer a product that has low prices, flexible plans, easy to use, that's targeting to the needs of SMEs, and most importantly is Hong Kong focused, because a lot of the current market solutions in social listening platforms are international companies that offer more or less homogeneous services to companies all over around the world. That's of course a good thing, but then for SMEs in Hong Kong, that want to grasp local Hong Kong realities, I think this is an opportunity for us to provide a unique product to them that has not been available in the market over the last few years, despite the rise of social listening. In terms of go-to-market strategy, I think for us, most important thing in the short term is to create a prototype of the product and also to secure net promoters. I think this is the most important thing because a lot of these SME owners and entrepreneurs, they have their own social networks with each other, own support structures. And I think it's important that we tap into these social support structures to be able to get our brand and get our message and get our product out there for these companies. And so that's more or less an idea of the Inside Eyes project. I think this some students sitting behind their screens in the Zoom today may think that this is a very elaborate plan, but indeed this is just a very early stage idea of what the company and what the product would be. And I think that this gives a very good sample to students behind their screens today that want to learn about what it's like to be an entrepreneur, what it's like to create their own startup, what kind of ideas, what kind of elements they need to have in their business plan. I think this gives a very good idea for them. And I wish them all the best in the next few weeks, getting learning and also coming up with their own business ideas and build their own startups. Thank you.
And next we will have
next up is me.
Thank you. Either one of you want to start it first anyway.
Okay, so I hope you all can hear me very clearly. Yeah. So hi everyone, I'm Lamia. I am a ethnically Bangladeshi Hong Kong born student. I am currently a final year Juris Doctor student from the Chinese University of Hong Kong. Now you all must be wondering, what is a law student doing in a business platform? My passion specifically lies between technology and law. And I started this company over a year ago with a few of my co-founders, one of them being Renault, who's just sitting right there. He's our product designer. And it's truly an honor to be in this seminar today, sitting in a panel with also my mentor, Ernest. So I want to start off by saying that I came up with this idea called Seeker because when the pandemic hit, one particular group was hit the hardest, and it's people with disabilities. So I was going around the area of Tin Soi Wai, distributing care packages to people who are differently abled, who did not dare to go out of their house because of the pandemic, and they couldn't, NGOs were overburdened, and they didn't know how to assist given the pandemic with social distancing rules. So in addition to serving the particular type of people that we serve, it's usually the elderly and the visually impaired people, also known as VIPs. So when we started this group, we realized that even in our lives, we have families who are blind, who are visually impaired, and they had four major difficulties. First of all is that they are over-reliant on others to do their everyday tasks. And it's difficult for them to navigate new spaces. Third, existing products that are in the market are not user-centric enough. And I'll give you an example of this. You must have seen visually impaired users use app, right, to see what's in front of them. But how is it possible for them to know where an object is placed in the first place? So again, very, very difficult for them to navigate new spaces. Second of all, whenever they use an app, there is always an advertisement that is very frustrating for the users. I've seen my grandfather use apps and he's like, oh my God, every 10 seconds, there's an app, because they're trying to keep the cost of the product really, really low. And then I was like, okay, what if I could create a solution? What is the market like? Like, we've got to be a sustainable business, right? So I ran down the analytics and I saw that 180,000 people are visually impaired in Hong Kong. And because of their inaccessibility to the Hong Kong market, Hong Kong loses, the economy loses $440 million. And this visual impairedness is going to increase in the course at a rate of 3 times in the next 4 decades. So you can see what a pressing problem this is. So I went to the NGOs first, and obviously you've got to do your market research. I hope everyone online knows that how important market research is when you start a business. We met with several NGOs and they told us, look, we do not want a bulky looking medical device. We do not want the stigma of, being recognized in public. And we want something that gives us accessibility and something that simultaneously interprets our surrounding without blocking any of our natural senses, such as your hands, your ears, so on and so forth. So then we created Seeker, a first of its kind minimalistic compact wearable. And it's hands-free. It's a very simple device to use. You just chip it up in the top of your shirt or dress, and then it gives it uses machine learning algorithm and analyzes its surrounding. And there's a bone conducting earpiece that tells them what is in front of them. So it could be as simple as, "Hey Seeker, what's in front of me?" And then it'll tell you what is in front of it. So like I said, we not only do we have a wearable, we also have a mobile app. We started off as our mobile app to see whether this device would work in the market. We saw that there was a need of it, and then we transpired to a wearable. So we offer 3 types of objects, detection, text detection, and navigation. These are the 3 main features we are currently providing. And I would love to actually show you a demo. Could we please play? Sorry, 1 second. Could we please play the second video? Yeah. There's no volume. Okay, so while the volume issue is being sorted, what I'm trying to show here is the device is able to detect what is in front of it at all continuous.
Laptop, TV, present, keyboard. Meeting room B.
It's even able to detect moving objects like in the streets for the purposes of navigation.
Car person, traffic light, person.
So imagine using this assistive device even in supermarkets.
Tesco cheese and broccoli pasta, mild and creamy.
It can also detect similar looking objects.
Apple, orange.
And finally, it can also detect Chinese characters. It's a bilingual product.
A 菇汁西班牙豚肉漢堡半焦糖幫58港元 sweet and sour.
Yeah, I'm really craving a hanbo right now. Okay, anyways, next. Yeah, so like I mentioned, we did our research and we were conducting this, R&D for a very long time. It's actually been a span of a year for us to make a minimal viable product to actually show in the market. And what our solution is basically we follow the B2C and the B2B model. B2C, obviously, we will serve the visually impaired or the elderly population firsthand, but we also see that we could also sell this to businesses to encourage diversity and inclusivity in their workplaces. And now I'd like to discuss what makes Seeker very, very different. Now, imagine a device that can give you all the features that you need. For example, text, object, it's minimalistic, it's discrete, it's trendy, it's fashionable. Having that so that people can have independence and at the same time avoid the stigma of being labeled as someone who's differently abled. So starting from January till hopefully September, this is our rate. We started as an ideation and market research product. We developed the prototype by August. And then now we are currently working with HKUST and even HKU. They have provided us with a lot of support, mentorship to get us to where we are today. These are some of the, since we've started, these are some of the notable achievements that we've had. We are also currently the finalist for Good Seed. And this is my team. Like earlier, someone mentioned, Hong Kong is such a diverse place. I'm the only one who's actually born and raised in Hong Kong, and the rest of them are people I met during my university journey. Like I mentioned, Reno, who's our hardware developer, Turzo, Bangladesh. Unfortunately, he's our CEO, but currently he's in Bangladesh making the manufacturing of the device Seeker. And we're so fortunate to have with us Professor Tristan Broad and also Erwin Huang in our advisory board. This is a video of a VIP who works. We ask him to use the device as he works and see how it helps him. Could we please have the video started?
And then the button is very clear. This device can help us to detect the wall, what is on the wall, the text as well. So, so I think when we need it, we are walking and we want to know that like what is displaying on the board or on the wall. So this device is very useful. It's a good way to take the picture and then to tell us that which shop is it. So it's and then all different when we're walking. But when it is below our forehead, it cannot be detected using our cane. Nearly finished. I would like to recommend.
So like I mentioned, we've done our market research, which I've emphasized that is so important. And it's equally important to be connected with the people you are serving, so you actually know what their needs are. And with that being said, as I end my presentation, I want to leave everyone with a question. You know, there's always going to be a problem in your life, but it's always about breaking your mold and creating a solution that is creative and solves your problem. So with that, I want to say, what problem do you want to solve and how is it that you're going to do it? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lamia. We would invite Ernest Chan to present.
Hello. So just to give a big hands again to Lamia. It's so amazing to see her like and her startups and her team growing a lot, which is accidental. I think I know her like less than 6 months, 5 months. Yeah. So it's truly amazing of what she's been building. I think it's living out today's topic is actually about lead the future with technology. That's exactly what I see in her, as well as like the future of Hong Kong as well. That I believe. Thanks for the invite of the association. It's truly amazing to meet so many young people and all together with also experienced people mixing together and believing in technology and how we can do good with it. So I believe strongly together with Cyberport is like how to do well and do good, especially with the technology to do scalable things and leverage the advantage of Hong Kong. And while we sort of still waiting for the clips, just to instead of using the clips, maybe I just want to introduce myself. My name is Ernest. So my social venture of my social enterprise is actually incubated by Cyberport. So if you guys also dedicate, or especially people in the virtual room want to apply or have good, strong ideas related to technology, do feel free to reach out to Eric, who is also like true mentor as well. So he's like your seafood in some way or another. And also happy to have David as well. So David is actually my secondary school's long so it's really great to have all the people connected and together in one space. That's one thing I believe in Hong Kong as well. It's small, tiny, but at the same time it's so efficient and everyone is like so connected at the same time. Like to believe in one thing is like how to make the world a lot better. And back to my sharing, that's I you may wonder what I do. It's very similar to what Lamia do. We do a lot of assistive technology. We do games, and the games is actually for people with special needs. And that's also very echo to today's topic about lead the future as well. Because most people, when they're talking about the future, it's very easy to connect with education. It's also talking about like how to bring the latest development or latest knowledge down to what the future people that you need to know. And
Actually, right now it's a father to be. Sometimes I do wonder like what actually my future generation they need to be prepared on. And education definitely is one of them. And down my entrepreneurial role, I do see a lot of like questions and things. Even sometimes I doubt myself. But there's one thing I believe in is like about how to define the value as an entrepreneur, how we do things, and also what things we do worth what kind of values. And so that's my belief is like how to make things like that people also value, not just myself. Like I'm doing things or creating a social venture or taking a path as an entrepreneur, not because for my own self-satisfactions, but also like I want to gain a value or recognitions from people around me as well. So I found this social venture 8 years ago, and especially is AR VR gaming company that we develop games for people with diverse of special needs, including people that maybe women would target to be serving. And we also like serving hospital authority and also other quite a big name of NGOs and also like government organizations. And there are three things that when we living out the values or things we do, we really focus on. Number one is like whether the solution is evidence-based, it's whether it's work or not. Because there are a lot of things people do, especially in universal research side. They're just doing a research for research purpose. But what we want to know is like we want to know what things work and how we can turn those workable things into something scalable with technology. So we collaborate with a lot of university research, especially on people with special needs research in terms of turning their research into like gaming. So the second thing we do is like we do a lot of like special needs people, how to use it. Like I'm showing, definitely it's a good examples of how to interview people with blind or eye issues. And then we gamify that because generally like people with special needs, they need a lot of repeated training. So to skip this part, one of the things like when we first start around 9 years ago, we do a playbook that's called augmented reality playbook. It's actually like this. So it's popping up with officials. So at the time, it's before Pokemon Go was out, and nobody believed or understand what we're doing. But we tell them like, I think at the time it's like I'm meeting David, and I asked him like, oh, would Cyberport willing to take my idea? And then actually at the time, David believed in that. And actually after he accepted the idea, Cyberport gave us like a first funding. We find there are also difficulties because like at the time, Hong Kong, the therapeutic or special educations, they're very, I would say not a big fan of innovations. They are generally prefer to be very conservative. They asking for a lot of research data, asking us like whether this is like useful or not. And so we, at the end, we don't have much like evidence support at the time. So we need to reach out to a friend in US who is doing autism research, and he's giving us the sort of instructions. And with the funding from Cyberport and also with some other like pooling resources, we're able to publish like basically the first playbook for people with autism. It's basically turning those difficult to understand like emotions because it's difficult to articulate into storybooks. And so this playbook is actually available for people under 8, especially with children with autism. So to understand like what emotions are and using like those visual stimulations to enhance their understanding about emotions. So after that, we got a quite kind of sort of good feedback, I would say. We have basically sold over 1,000 copies, and then we got like an NGO that's Federation of Youth Groups, and then they coming over and purchase our license. And then we got also other interest from special schools. In Hong Kong, there are 60 special schools. And right now we have like over 15 of them as a close partner. We're able to go to their schools for testing. Of course, even during COVID, this is actually one of the solution also we designed for COVID as well. During the time like school suspension or basically they need to do a lot of Zoom classes like right now you've been doing. But there is difficult parts about like children with autism or special needs. Like in-class management is also quite difficult. But then imagine like in Zoom, you can't really face-to-face to do the classroom control. So we developed this kind of like teaching kit in AR. It's like just to tell like the 9 basic skills, like how to do the toileting, how to take a minibus or brushing your teeth as like basic essential life skills. And those skills don't like underestimated. It's really important because without that, like the life is like going to be miserable. And this kind of kids is like something we leverage to send it to the special schools as a homework. And then later on, we have another solutions that's like for people with hearing disabilities. And this is another playbook solutions with AR to teach people, especially parents who have newborns, because some kids, I think right now, maybe most of the cases, like less than 30 cases yearly in Hong Kong, like the baby born without like hearing or normal ears. But they can do surgery that quickly adapt. But then we're only able to restore 70% of their hearing abilities. So sign language is still important. And we're developing this kind of toolkit, not just for the kids as well, but also like for the parents, so then they're easier to communicate. And right now we're doing another phase of research with also happen to be Chinese universities to doing on children with autism as well, in terms of finding whether their expressions learning sign language would help them to communicate or interact with one another. Okay, skip this part. And then for VR, we have another similar projects. I guess everyone knows mostly VR what they are. If you're not, you can also feel free to go to Cyberport. We have a lot of startups and also simulators for you to find out. And one thing we do on the VR is for children with social anxiety disorder, and also like during, especially in COVID time, people generally would find their kids having a lot of like social interaction issues. And it's common because it's like around the world, it's equivalent because of the COVID, like people need to minimize the social interactions. So at the time we come up with like a VR exposure therapy. We're working with Baptist universities to work out like solutions like how to basically cure, interfere like people with social anxiety disorder, and also with like hardware device, like connecting to check like their heartbeat to see like with this kind of like exposure therapy, the VR scene, how they interact with people, is there any like pulse increase or decrease? So to ensure like the training evidence is like widely adopted, and also we have a reading data. And altogether it's like for actually the betterment of I would say mankind of people with that needs. And altogether we have also many other solutions that I'm not going to mention on that. This is our latest. I want to conclude in one. Maybe this one. This one, what you just present, is about children with asthma. This is one of the projects we work with hospital authority. In terms of, especially in COVID time, children with like, especially at the time, I don't think it's before the government telling children under 12 to take the vaccine. And this group of children, they are very prone to COVID as well because of they have a very weak respiratory systems. So at the time, we developed like mobile applications with a hospital authority in terms of how to first educate what are the allergies or things they need to be cautious of. And also second is like try to minimize their time visiting to hospitals, because at the time hospitals like something with people project with a lot of virus or things like you just try to reduce their time going there. And but still they need to take steroids, and steroids, like the more you take, if without a proper amount, it's coming with obesity, motion problems. So altogether, what we do is like we try to come up with a monitoring app and to just track on the number of steroids that they will intake, and also ensure like they will be fine according to like ACT, which is a general asthma approach. And it's proven actually helping a lot because during the test, basically it's implemented to entire over 100 use case for children with asthma, and it's effectively like proven like helping them to get in the right amount of steroids, and also like helping them to increase their self-care. So all together, I believe that would be one of my sharing. This is something about the culture I particularly want to show because I believe it's so connected. This is one of the funding we use, the IT lab, IT Innovation Lab. It's also a big creation project by Dr. David as well, that we use this kind of projection mapping to go into secondary schools and primary schools to talk about the Belt and Road. As you know, like the Forbidden City Museum is going to be open next year. And we want to showcase not just what been showing in Beijing or what's showing in the past, but also like what are the creation and how the Hong Kong generation perceive about the cultural exchange as well. And through the school collaborations, we're able to build an interactive wall, and also like together with the souvenir that we hope one day we can also sell it in Art Basel or some other like art exhibition to showcase our future generation work as well. So I would like to conclude. It's like a big thanks for the association invite, and also like I believe the future with technology is not just about technology itself, but also like about how people using it. Because overall, I believe building a society is like about people oriented, it's about people focused. So I believe there will be more upcoming social entrepreneurs like Nima or Thomas will be showing up as well and doing more sharing with the association. Thank you. Thank you, Ernest, for giving us interesting presentations. May I invite Dr. Linda Leung from our Zoom platform to give us the presentations.
Hi, everyone. I'm Lydia. So I'm going to join you all through the Zoom. And let me share the screen first. So everyone can see the screen, right? Okay. So first of all, thank you for the association invitation to share. I think I will try to share with all of you in a different perspective. Yeah, and basically I was after I graduate, I worked in an applied research institute by the Hong Kong government, where I learned most of my soft skill before I formed the startup. And also about 1/3 of my colleagues are also from the research institute. And so basically I'm going to share as a person educated in Hong Kong and graduated Hong Kong, how we've worked from applied research to form our own startup company. And before that, I would like to share with you some of my background. I think very similar to most of you. I was educated in Hong Kong on all my 3 degrees from my master, bachelor to PhD. I'm obtaining it from the HKUST. By that, because HKUST is a very research-based university in my time. And then after I got my PhD, I start my journey in applied research. That means helping the researchers or the technologies that develop in university, how to commercialize it and bring it to create real impact in the society. And after I worked there for 11 years, I think it's time for us to really get into the commercial world and also how to get a product or research results into commercialization and really bring real impact to the community. And that's why back to 6 years ago, we started a company, a startup. And here I'd like to share our journey with you. And we'd like to share is because I think all of you here, while you are interested in this program, you may have think of whether I should start my own startup and what kind of character. There's the usual question that I encounter when I give the talk is whether I'm a person suitable for founding my own startup. And basically are quite different from the previous speakers. I think most of them are very young and they start their startup after they graduate already. So my journey is a little bit different. After I working 11 years in Astri, which is a research institute, then we start a startup. And like most of the startup, we start with a very small office, which is just about 100 square feet in Fortan back in 6 years ago. And then because we are lucky enough, we have been admitted by the IncuBio program by Science Park. And that's why a year later, we moved into Science Park and start turning our prototype into real application. And in 2018, we always say it is a tipping point and turning point to my company, which is called Belong. And because in that year, we got the largest award in the Hong Kong ICT Award of the Year for the product and technologies that we developed. And then we also represent Hong Kong to get the Asia Pacific Awards as well. But very important is because my company is working on medical technology, and so we need all kind of certification in regulatory in order to have the product into the community. And that year we also get our clearance in the FDA. And last year we just celebrate our 5th anniversary of the company. And what I would like to share here with you is that after, if you graduate, you would like to start your own startup. Of course, you can start it right after you graduate. And another path that you can choose is that you may work in the industry for 1 to 2 years, and such that you can learn some soft skill, especially like in leadership, in communication, in intellectual property, how to protect your technology and make sure it will not be copied and will not infringe other property as well. And so people usually like to ask us if I work in a commercial world versus when I work in a startup, and what is the difference? Yeah, and basically, as I mentioned, I also encourage youngsters to maybe work in a startup at the beginning, and so that they can earn some industrial experience, build some network, like joining events like today. And you will also like to meet some of the experts, so you can share their wisdom and also learn from them. And then gradually you can build up your own knowledge, including logistic and legal knowledge, and such that you will be more prepared and have a higher successful rate when you form your own startup. And of course, the usual question people ask me is what kind of criteria that means that I'm very suitable for running a startup. I would say passion and determination and dedication is very important. And if you have watched a video recently in YouTube about Elon Musk, and I think he shared very honestly about if you would like to run a startup, basically you can think about you are working 7/24. Okay, and because some people may think that if I start my own startup, that means I'm my own boss. Okay, so I don't need to wake up early for work, and so that I can enjoy my life and I can do wherever I want. But indeed, this is the opposite round. Okay, whenever you start a company, you not only need to be responsible to yourself only, but very important is you need to be responsible to your investor and also your staff, because all their family are on your shoulders. And so basically running a startup or found your own company is just like playing the waveboard. Okay, there is always up and downs, and that you need to face different kind of pressure from financial challenge for competitor coming in, and then there's a failure in your production, and then failure in the launch of the product. And this is all kind of challenge, but how you can enjoy the moment that you ride on the wave is the satisfaction that you can get for running a new startup. And also, when you form your team, it is very important that it needs to be a multidisciplinary. Okay, like my company, we are working on medical grade wearable and also a cloud-based AI system. So you can imagine we will have people who graduate from engineering, people graduate from chemistry, from physics, from mechanical engineering, and also mathematics, and such that we can come up with different kind of accurate model. And also we will have advisors and consultants in medical field, and such that when we develop our technology, it's really suit the workflow of the doctors. And that's why teamwork is very important, because everyone play an important role in the gears. And whenever one of the gears gets stuck, then the whole machine cannot run. So that's why I say having 1 to 2 years of working experience is very good as well, because you will know who can work well with you. And because usually your startup partners will either be your colleagues, it can be your classmate from different disciplines, from business to science. Yeah, so then I'd like to share a little bit how we form our company and what we are working in. Our company on the left soft corner, you can see the range that developed by Beyond Technology. And we are basically helping people to take out all kind of chronic disease during their sleep. Yeah, because usually, traditionally, if you need to get a sleep test, you need to get admitted in a hospital. And we believe that during sleep, there are a lot of biomarkers, digital biomarkers, and also vital signs that you can collect, and which help people to predict what kind of issue they have, including cardiovascular disease, stroke, and also how it's deteriorating in their lung or even heart failure. And that's why at that moment, we figured out that in the market, there's all kinds of gadgets which help people to predict sleep. But there is none of them is a medical grade device. And up till now, we are still the first one who get the FDA clearance, which is a wearable ring, which allow the doctors to base on the parameters that we collect at night. And then when they wake up, they will get a professional sleep report, which help people to identify whether they have the sleep apnea, snoring, mental stress, and even arrhythmia, and such that doctors can prescribe their solution. And why we come up with this idea is because we need to figure out that there is no such product in the market. Secondly, is that it is a serious pain point to a lot of people, especially it is very difficult to afford to have a sleep test in hospital. For example, in Hong Kong, it may easily cost 12,000 or more to do this. But if you need to queue up in the hospital authority hospital, you need to queue up for 3 to 5 years. And so all this is how to identify the pain point. It's not only in Hong Kong, but also the world market. And so currently our platform is not only deployed in Hong Kong hospital authority, but also throughout the world, like Thailand, Singapore, Australia, US, and also Taiwan. And here is the footprint of our company. And that's why I say communication skill is very important because you need to communicate well with all your colleagues in different parts of the world, and also how to explain your solution and how they can help your customer in different parts of the world. And also we are very honored to also have a bit during the COVID because of the development of the ring. We also 2 years ago helped the US doctor to turn the hotel into a hospital. And that's why they need a remote monitoring system. And by then, our team just spent about 2 weeks to come up with this hub plus ring solution, and also a IoT portal, which allow the doctors who are away from the hotel, they can also do the vital sign monitoring for patient and to send them timely to hospital in case of deterioration. And I'm not sure lucky or unlucky, but we are very glad that we can give a hand, especially in the past 2 months during the peak of the 5th pandemic in Hong Kong. By then, if all of us still remember, is that a lot of patients are sending to A&E, but there are not enough spaces. And that's why some of the confirmed COVID patients, including the elderly and the handicapped, need to be staying in the residential home. But there are not enough facility to monitor them. And that's why we immediately, within a month, deploy over 1,000 of this monitoring system throughout the residential home in Hong Kong, and such that we can take care and release the pressure of the caregiver. And so they, because all the elderly and handicapped people are remote monitor and make sure that they're okay solution. And after the deployments to the residential home, we also deploy the system to the quarantine centers in Asia Expo and also in Kai Tak cruise terminal. And this, I would like to share this story with you is because we are a home growth technology company. And we are very glad that our technologies can give a little hand, especially when our Hong Kong is hit by the pandemic. So it is very important is that when you think about starting a startup, a lot of people also ask me why go for medical? Because medical, it is very well known that you need to spend a lot. You have to raise a lot of money, and you have be patient enough to wait for the device and system to get all this certification in order to get into the market. And so the returns rate and time is much longer for medical device. But I would like to also share is that our colleagues are all very proud and very passionate about this, because whenever they use the system, we are helping the community, and we are helping people to better manage their chronic disease and to help them to have a better life. And so when you choose about the topics that you would like to do and the kind of startup that you would like to form, also thinking about the value that you bring to the community and the society, just like the past three speakers they have talked about. And there are all some social related topics and pressure which can really bring impact to the whole community. So I think there's a very common sense. So there is always difficulty and challenge ahead you, but this is only the step that you step out one step in order to get a project get started and how you get to your destination. Yeah, I think this is my sharing, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Linda Leung, for giving us the interesting presentation. We are now going to the panel discussion. First, I would like to ask Thomas on your entrepreneur path. Can you tell me more how you come up with this idea and what's the difficulty you encounter from the idea stage to the current stage?
I think in terms of coming up with the idea of the startup, I think the most difficult thing is really to find something that's not available on the market right now, but also something that the consumers and the market would find attractive and appealing, and something that they think would give them immense value. I think that's the most important, most difficult part for every single startup. When you come up with a business idea, it's always about that. I think for myself, in terms of my entrepreneurial journey, I think for me, it's really doing a lot of research and really doing a lot of good understanding of what the market is like. This is not just about sort of going online and searching for information. It's also about having access to things yourself. So for example, a few years ago, I happened to be working at the Hong Kong Tourism Board in the Corporate Affairs Division. And while working there, that gave me a first-hand experience of a lot of the social listening platforms that are already on the market. So for example, Meltwater is a platform that Hong Kong Tourism Board actually uses for PR and for corporate affairs. And I happen to have first-hand access of understanding what their platform is like, and in particular, sort of what the platform is like when, say, the Hong Kong Tourism Board wants to look for KOLs to help them promote Hong Kong as a tourism destination. And I had first-hand experience of what those platforms are like. And the first thing that struck me was that these platforms are very homogeneous, that no matter whether you're in Hong Kong or whether you're in Singapore or in London, you're using the same platform. And on the platform, it's very complex. You have a whole database, a whole list of KOLs with multiple different kinds of variables measuring what kind of KOLs they are, what kinds of values are associated with them, how well known they are. And I think for me, as an intern, it was a very complicated system. And I can't imagine what it's like for an owner of an SME, sort of looking at this platform and not really knowing what to do or how to use it in the best possible way to help their business. I think that's the first time when I really thought that perhaps a social listening platform that's simple to use, that's cheap to use, and something that's tailored to the SMEs of Hong Kong. So, for example, just a restaurant, near my home would be able to use it. I think a platform like that is very important. And I think that for me, that was the first time when I really had this kind of idea. And after doing more research and understanding sort of the market situation, I think this really helped me sort of come up with an idea that it's not only new, but also something that consumers and the market would find appealing and attractive.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Thomas. Actually, I have a lot of questions to ask, but given to the time limit, for Amir, I want to ask how do you guys will work on the privacy problem as you guys have the camera and the sensor and everything? So
wow, that's a very investor-esque question. How will you deal with the privacy? Yes, we our company, what we're doing is we are basically sort of like censoring the environment, what it is that is in front of them, around them, on the top, on the bottom. And then what we're doing is we are making those information into words and translating it through the earpiece. Now, privacy comes in when we're storing that data, but we are not storing any personal data. Anything that is private, it's not being stored. So therefore, the issue of privacy is not really of a huge concern. It's unless, we, for example, if we were to offer a feature such as facial recognition without consent, like the legal liabilities that are involved with consent, we wouldn't be able to dabble in that sort of a situation. But given our current three features, which is text, detection,
Object.
object detection, navigation, those are not, privacy wouldn't necessarily be a huge issue. Perhaps what would be of a bigger issue is personal liability. Like, for example, you know, machines, you cannot always guarantee a machine 100% works. So what if like there's a really fast moving car, and then unfortunately the user has an accident? So how do we control those type of liabilities is something that is also a challenge, but something that my team and I were working on solving. Yeah,
That seems like a case for a Juris Doctor program.
right.
That would
That's
have
why I got the law degree. Absolutely.
Right, thank you, Amir. And for Ernest, like I want to ask, what is the driving force for you to start ISER in the first place?
I think at the first place where we start is first is about like my business partner. It's having a nephew who's in special needs. So that coming across is like what we can do better for them, because it's coming like across most of the families who've been diagnosed as having children with special needs. So at the time we find like first, like the training is very expensive. And second is like not all the training they are sort of like fitting for that individual. So it came in with like a lot of hiccups. So we decided like, why we don't like come with something like the children would like as a non-invasive means that's like making games, but while at the same time we ensure like they're doing the training that we want them to do. So that's like coming with this game company.
That sounds amazing. And as you have mentioned earlier, you guys have been working for specialty schools, over 6 of them in Hong Kong. And what is the biggest obstacles that you guys have encountered from start to this current stage?
I would say the difficulty is coming in 2 parts. Number one is like finding good talent. So I believe like for these associations or events, like everyone you know could be a very good resources. Like you have David, you have like Andrew, you have Eric, and also like all the talent people in the room. And sometimes like especially building like workable solutions, you can't just count on one like technical developers.
Sure.
You need like professionals in like special needs, or as well as like even nurse or doctors to give you like different inspirations. And that's, I believe, how innovation come into place. And second, of course, is like a lot of hard work in terms of technical solutions you need to build, you need to talk to people. And I would say that maybe major 2.
I'm sorry, like I really want to ask one more question here. So how in the first place you can persuade the first school to collaborate with you guys?
Oh, that is like at the beginning, the first or most difficult part is like at the time we don't. So but luckily we find out the way is like entire system is like actually having a top-down approach. So most of the schools, why they listen to us is not because we are superior, because we have a partner, or we work with like a lot of professors that is like doing a lot of research, and they are quite reputable in this industry already. So when they hear the names from them, they already like suggest, oh yeah, we're willing to try, because everyone to be like right now, like driving force can be innovation. So the more they heard about like, oh, innovation, that's like something new that can give them a cutting edge over other schools. That's something they're willing to try. So that's like a lesson learned from what we do.
Sure. Thank you so much for your valuable story. Thank you, our guests. And right now we're gonna have a group photos together. If you may, please.
No, I can't write that ball.
That's okay.
I just want to-
Very hard, buddy. Closer.
Closer?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, right. Oops. Thank you.
Yeah, yes. No.
Oh, okay.
And so next, we're gonna introduce Forum 2 for you guys. We'll welcome it'll be our honor to welcome Professor Chan, and Professor Cole will be coming on the way, right? And as well, we're gonna invite Mr. Lam, Professor Tan, Team Wu, Mr. Falk, Mr. Chan, and Mr. Fong. Please, whoever is attended can come up stage first. Please, please.
Are you giving you
we have Eric.
Yep. Please, you can grab a seat first. Here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 then.
Thank you. So I look at her.我攞碌屎先。是但啫。我話飲份少少俾我啦，都唔會嘅，真係真係最尾啊，係。唔好理佢，得噶啦，唔使理。佢有樽水。Amy， 咪而家開㗎啦？你3點9開，係3點9㗎。你而家我坐喺度做咩㗎？如果唔係，我去洗手間啫。
very soon. Please get seated. Today is our great honor to have all these special guests. First, we'll have Professor Chan. He will be our facilitator today.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
And then we will have Dr. Wang. Welcome. And Mr. Benson Lam. Dr. Benson Lam. And then we'll have Mr. Tim Wu. And then he'll be coming on the way later. And we'll have Professor Ko in here. Welcome. Professor Tan. Mr. Eugene Fong, and Mr. Eric Chan, and yes, welcome. And yeah, and Dr. and Mr. Fong.
My time.
Please.
Very good. This is a very important day because I have the chance of mixing with a lot of young people. So first of all, I think you have selected a very good topic. In this era, every one of us should be thinking about one thing: how to create a better world. So creating a better world is easy to say, but it's difficult to do. So it needs a lot of people. Let me synthesize a little bit. How come we are all here? And how come we have this very interesting combination? In order to create a better world, I think a buzzword would be ESG. So everything goes through like society, ecology, and then governance. In my days, we talked the bottom line, but now it's changing to another new arena. But how to achieve all this? To me, I think there are two very important issues. First of all, is innovation. Not because of this particular event is supported by the ITC, but innovation is extremely important because without innovation, nothing will happen. But before we have innovation, we have entrepreneurship, we need technology. That's why we see a lot of tech people here, even though when you look at their card, business card, you perhaps don't sense that they are tech people. But when I look at their submission PowerPoint, you know, how come this particular gentleman is also interested in this, despite he has a profession or affiliation, somehow not very close to that, but you will see in a minute. And then in order for that to be achieved, we always look for one level down, one level down. We need young people. Young people are very good in the sense that they can absorb, they can appreciate technology very easily. For me, one of these days when I was first joined Chinese University, I'm supposedly the most tech-savvy person in the whole faculty of BA. But now, I rank the least. So you know, we need young people who are good in technology, and also young people have the courage, have the willpower to innovate, to develop startups and all that. So that's why I love meeting young people, telling them they are so important. So, and then when I look at the title, I asked Nelson, what's the meaning of tripartite? Because when I was young, we have 4 little words called Bong Chan, meaning government, enterprise, academics, and research. And basically, why tripartite? Because they combine something with something. Government and also quasi non-governmental organizations are utmost important. That's why we're here, supported by Cyberport. That's why I have taken the liberty of putting on the badge here. Hope that when you take photos, make sure that badge appears in the photo. And then, of course, government is always wanting to develop a better environment for young people, for technology, for innovations and all that. And business people, we need all this. For business people, they are good in strategy, in management. They're also good in leadership, but these are one level high. We need some things that's embedded in the fabrics. So here comes the technology part, here comes the entrepreneurial, innovation, creativity part. But not the least, the most important of all is people. People are so important. People, not meaning those people actually doing the startup. Schools, teachers, professors, government officials, society, and perhaps I think Eugene cannot join us today, but in his speech, he raised a very important point. Parents, people, old people like my good self, they are so important, supporting, at least giving them the sense of pride. When I look at your sons and daughters doing great things, at least you smile at them. And then you do some endorsement, even though you don't quite understand what they are doing. But these are something that's so important for the whole world. So today we have a group of very, very good people. So I would not steal your time. Each one of you would have around 5 minutes, but no longer than 7, because we need some time for Q&A. So if I may start with this list. This is according to alphabetical order. So I need your name.
Maggie Wang.
Maggie Wang, W-A-N.
Yes.
Oh, okay. No, not you. Because your name is Wang, you will be the second last. That's a bit before Tim. So first of all, of course, Eric Chan. We don't have Mr. Out here. Eric, time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Professor. And I agree with Professor. Today is a really good day, right? So this is actually the 3rd event that I'm participating. As Professor was saying, people is the most important element, for our society, for our future. And I would say that I'm blessed, to be surrounded by a lot of young people, a lot of entrepreneurs that have decided to embark on their entrepreneurial journey, or they call it a unicorn journey at Cyberport. So talent cultivation has been like the central, most important focus that we have as part of my corporate mission work. So first of all, obviously, we will encourage a lot of young people to start, their entrepreneurial journey with the help of Cyberport. So we have this holistic, program for entrepreneurial support. We started off with working with universities, students. We bring students to overseas entrepreneurship bootcamp to get them ready for the journey. And then we provide pre-incubation funding to turn a crazy idea, but a good idea, into a business plan so that they're ready for our incubation program. And once they got into an incubation program, they get an office free at Cyberport. And then we provide lots and lots of value-added service to them, right? Like bringing them to customer, bringing them to investors, professional services partners, technology partners, and so forth and so on. So, in terms of the talent cultivation, I would say that it's now getting started even earlier. You know, we have been working closely with Education Bureau. Now, you know, kind of trying to induce, you know, this entrepreneurial mindset, even at secondary schools, and hopefully in future in primary school, right? And then we have actually organized a lot of STEM and adding art in its STEAM activities at Cyberport throughout last year. So we are seeing a lot of hope, you know, for Hong Kong to become the real international, you know, innovation technology hub, which has been like named in the 14th five-year plan, our national plan. And I actually also look forward to make use of this golden opportunity about the Great Bay Area of China, right? Because Hong Kong is actually a very small market with 7.5 million people. It is too small for any startup having the aspiration to become a unicorn. So with Greater Bay Area, we have 10 times the populations, a much bigger market, and a much bigger value chain, supply chain in support, you know, of our startup, you know, going global. And we have seen companies using Cyberport, using Hong Kong as a platform to go global, right? So with that, I'll stop here, and then I'll probably later on, you know, participate more in the Q&A sessions. Thank you.
Thank you. So the next one, Marco.
So my name is Marco, and I firstly want to thank Nelson for giving me this opportunity to conduct like a mini sharing session about more about fintech in general today. So just a little bit about myself. Who am I? So I started. I was born in Hong Kong, and then I studied in a Poland Choi KL school. And after finishing my year 8 studies, I moved to England. And I've stayed in a boarding school near Birmingham, not far away from Birmingham. Then after I finished my GCSE and A-level studies, then I moved to Lancaster University in UK and started my undergraduate in economics. So that's a little bit about myself. So I want to start off with a little bit about evolving technology. So just a little bit about myself. I'm a really big equities fan. I like to invest in public equities. And what the biggest difference between these two pictures are is that on the top you can see people used to go into the banks and look at stocks at the prices, okay? But now as time evolves and then as technology evolves, nowadays, a lot of people, some of them use AI trading. So what does AI trading mean, or what does AI trading do? So basically, AI trading is where you give some of your money to your discretionary or portfolio manager, and then some companies, those advanced companies, may adopt AI technology, and AI, well, once they enter or input some program in there, and the AI could possibly conduct some trading on behalf of you using possibly different technical analysis as such. So I just want to ask you guys a question. It's a very heated topic now. How many of you have ever heard and invested in NFTs or non-fungible tokens or crypto? At a show of hands, how many of you have invested in? Okay, so around half of the people have roughly invested in NFT or in crypto. So why is NFT or crypto getting popular, becoming even more popular than it used to be? I guess mainly because the emphasis of NFT and blockchain, it's a decentralized kind of property. So we're going to get into decentralized in a little bit later. But what I want to tell you is that for this, the first 5,000 days, it's an NFT which was sold for $69.4 million in an auction. So roughly around almost 70 million. So it's a very huge number. And we can know that these kind of NFTs, everything could basically be minted as NFTs. For example, a picture could be minted as an NFT. Different artworks could be minted as an NFT. So NFTs are becoming the norm. It's becoming a very heated topic. And what does NFT have in relation to crypto? Because in NFTs world, the most predominant kind of currency we use is Ethereum, or what we call Solana. So Ethereum is kind of the main currency for NFT transaction. And although the volatility of different crypto could be huge or could volatile a lot, but the main thing is that NFTs are still kind of like very popular or famous, mainly because of its ownership kind of aspect, which I will touch upon in a few slides time. So the main selling point of NFT, as I say, ownership could be one of them, because it proves that under blockchain, it proves that you're actually the artist or the owner of the NFT. And it also helps artists earn a living by proving their pieces' identity. So I know there are more and more artists now, they mint even the music or the pieces using NFT. And for example, the most famous artist Henjin, I know he does a lot of NFT related music and stuff, and also investment purposes. So it's because NFT's volatility is large and it volatiles a lot, but it's always a very good purpose for investment, because people can grasp this opportunity to try and earn as much as they can. And the difference between NFT and crypto is the fact that NFT is what we call non-fungible tokens, while crypto is what we call fungible. So non-fungible basically means it's non-interchangeable and it's distinguishable. So what does it mean? My NFT is different to yours, unlike crypto, where my Ethereum or my Bitcoin is the same as yours, right? And for Bitcoin or Ethereum, you can buy or trade in a 0.1 units, right? Or 0.5 or 0.01. So it's divisible for crypto, but for NFT, it must be bought and sold under one NFT. So different art pieces could be minted, but it must be under one NFT. And NFT is unique, whilst crypto, you can argue it's a lack of uniqueness because it's roughly the same. It's just maybe I have 10 Bitcoin and you have 1 Ethereum. The value may be different, but the uniqueness of it is that NFT has its own uniqueness, okay? What do I want to bring to you about NFT and crypto? They all stem from blockchain, okay? So it's what we call the technology side of it, and how fintech comes into play is very interesting. So what's blockchain? Blockchain is a record of time-stamped series of data that is immutable and managed by a network of computers and not by a single centralized system. Okay, I guess you may say, wow, what does these 3 sentences mean? Don't worry. So let me get into that a little bit more. So no central authority basically can control this decentralized system. Okay, everything is transparent and the data cannot be altered, copied, or deleted from the network. Once the blockchain recorded that transaction, it's always going to be there. Okay. Another example to think about blockchain could be that it's like a shared kind of document or spreadsheet on the internet. I guess most of you have used a Google document or something that involves the sharing of document. So it's basically similar to that kind of concept where any user in the network updates any changes, then everyone can see those changes, okay? So the emphasis is that it's transparent and it's decentralized. So the government cannot kind of really intervene into blockchain. So why is blockchain so popular within the finance industry now? I guess mainly due to 3 of the characteristics. First one being decentralization, second one being transparency, and the third one being immutability. So I'll get onto the last one a little bit more. So basically, as I say, anything that's once entered into the blockchain, the network cannot be changed, okay? So it's kind of the best thing which makes it versatile in the finance industry. So I found a formal definition of fintech and how does that all link to blockchain and NFT then. So basically, fintech is a term used to describe any technology that delivers financial services through software, such as online banking, mobile payment apps, or even cryptocurrency. So although we might also often use mobile payment apps as such and not use that much or not even invest in crypto, bear in mind that crypto is a form of fintech, okay? So food for thought for all of you. So imagine we're back in the early 2000s, okay? Would you have thought about the existence of NFT or crypto? I guess most of you, 80 or probably 90%, wouldn't have thought of crypto or blockchain coming into play in the 2020s or even becoming predominant. So what I mostly want to deliver, the key takeaway for today's kind of mini sharing session, is that teenagers should pursue dreams and ambition. So what does that mean? So turn things that you feel and think impossible into possible ones, okay? be creative and innovative, as technology will always be imperial because everything will involve the use of technology. So I or all the professors might be sitting in here conducting like a mini sharing session with you in 2022, but in 2042, who knows what will happen, right? Nobody knows. But what we know is that technology will be imperial in the future, okay? So not limited to finance or education, always ask yourself, are there any technology which could be adopted to improve the process or outcome of the production or of the product, which may increase its productivity? And one kind of phrase which I always like to say to my friends or my family is that don't fear failure, but let failure fear you. So that's the end of my mini sharing session. Thank you.
And if you fail, better fail fast. All right, the first speaker, Albert, Dr. Go. And the next one will be Benson, the next one. Right. Right. I have 20 slides. I'm going to do it in 5 minutes, but I'm professional. I teach for a living. You just have to stop me. I want to use these 5 minutes to introduce the idea of humanitarian technology. Okay. But first, I'm going to Nelson and I, we first met because of my company, Inside Robotics. When I was much younger, a few years after I finished my PhD, I started the company Inside Robotics. And back in 2014, it was named Entrepreneur of the Year by IBM Worldwide. So it was pretty good company. The reason I tell you this is not because an old man wants to brag in Cyberport. It's just because I want to declare that I'm a technology lover. I'm proud to be an engineer. I love technology and the possibilities that technology brings to us. But after my right, so after starting the company and all this work, the reason I fall into this area of humanitarian technology is because I actually spent quite a long time. Between 10 years of my life, I go in and out of war zones, earthquake affected areas. So Pakistan earthquake, Sichuan earthquake, Yushu earthquake, tsunami in Indonesia, Pakistan earthquake, year 2000 during the civil war in Sudan. And September 11 in Uzbekistan, supporting Afghanistan's medical teams. I've been to all these missions. Every time I either stay there for 6 months or stay there for a month for emergency missions. So, and that was when I learned engineering can have profound application in very remote developing countries, especially for people you're seeing in this picture. So I realized engineering is not just about making things cheaper, building things faster, and earning money more effectively or efficiently. So I start to look into ways to apply technology in ways that can actually improve people's life. And the people I talk about is really the other 80% of people that we don't see every day. We don't even see them in the news most of the time. And here are very alarming numbers. If you look at the top, 1% on the left means 1% of the world population, they own 45% of the world wealth. And then the bottom is on the right-hand side, 1% of all the money in the world must be shared between 55% of the population. So if the world is a village of 100 people with $100 exactly, one person owns $45. The other 55 people, they share $1. So this is the world that we are living in. And we call those people at the bottom of the pyramid as bottom of the pyramid, BOP, we call them. Trying to skip. Right. And Hong Kong, we are famous for lots of things, egg tart, food and everything. But I think the most famous things that we invent is subdivided units, Tang Fang. Right. So my students and I, we try to look into ways to improve the condition. So one of the things is to improve the air condition in the room. You cannot open windows because when you open the windows, cockroaches come in. So we try to design very cheap, efficient air purifiers.
And if you go to one of those electric appliance shops, you can easily pay 3,000 or up to 10,000 to get an air purifier. But if you break it down into pieces, you only need a high efficient fan and a set of quality filter. Put them together in a box, that is a high quality air purifier. This is the fundamental idea of humanitarian technology. We forget all the rubbish that we don't need, break it down into the very basic components, put them together and use it for to really improve people's life. Something that really disturbs me is a lot of times we hear those marketing slogans and say, this app is going to change the world. This car, this phone is going to change the world. But when they say that, it really means people who can afford it. Like us sitting in air-conditioned room. The other 80% of the people, they will never get it. They don't even get a vaccine for COVID. This is another example of humanitarian technology. UVC light is effective against virus. Everyone knows that, and it has been used in hospitals and laboratories for over 19 years. So it's absolutely effective, but it just no one bothered to make it smaller and use it in subdivided units because it doesn't make any profit. So my team and I, we work together. We actually built all this. 2 years ago, we built all this inside of Ningnan. Ningnan is the smallest university in Hong Kong, furthest away from any part of Hong Kong. And we have no engineering and technology. So all this were done by what we call non-STEM people. The kind of people who don't really belong to Cyberport or Science Park. Because I'm engineers, I want to say this, they are the people who really understand what the problem is and really want to try to do things for the people. And when they work with engineers, when they work with people with technology, they become very effective team. This is something I learned after joining Ningnan. One more example, I also designed a transparent mask with filter. This one has no filter. One with filter. The truth is, a lot of time when you come up with a solution, you will always find someone to tell who will tell you and say, oh, there are already a lot of transparent masks. There's no need for it. But if you really dig deeper, even a mask like this, for a lot of hearing impaired kids, there is a condition called mycosia. Mycosia means they don't have the structure, the external structure of the ear. So even a simple mask like this is already a solution that everyone is using, right? It doesn't apply to them, they cannot use it. And for people who need to wear a scarf, it's also difficult as well. So with the way we design our transparent mask is actually to have a ear loop that can convert into a head loop as well. Now it's actually on the market. You can find it in Maskology. Go find it. And then wheelchair. When I first say I'm working on a wheelchair project, trying to redesign wheelchairs for rural areas, of course, tons of people come to me and say there are already wheelchairs. Why are you reinventing the wheel? But think about it. Wheelchairs in Hong Kong as small as possible, right? Because our doors are narrow, rooms are small. But in rural area, after flooding, the roads are actually very bumpy and it's very sticky as well because of the mud and everything. The wheelbase has to be much longer in order to navigate, to negotiate the bumps. So the wheelchairs needs to be redesigned, and the business system as well, the whole business strategy has to be redesigned as well. So there are a lot of things that are technology based, but are not really that tech. It doesn't, you don't need to be a STEM graduate in order to tackle this kind of technology problems. Okay, I promise I will finish. Oh, really? Thank you, Professor. You understand my difficulty. So like this one, this is basically a control system for harvesting solar energy using solar panels. It's nothing high tech. In Hong Kong, you can get it very cheap. The challenge is actually to make it user friendly to people who don't really understand how solar panels work. They don't understand what electrons, how positive goes to negative and all that. You don't want to involve all that kind of terminology in your training. So this system is actually designed in a way that is very easy to use and understand and repair. Right, so these are some of the, and yeah, never mind about Lady Gaga. But what happened now is a lot of time when when we meet with students who are from non-STEM, we kind of feel like they don't really belong. When we talk about innovation, when we talk about all these startup, we always look at the business students, we always look at the STEM students, but we kind of exclude them. And I have proof. In Hong Kong, one of the most popular fund among university students is TISU. Look at the list. 2 universities are excluded out of the entire all the UGC funded university. Education University, Leung University, they're not included. They don't belong, right? So even if our government, or I don't like complaining, but yeah, if the atmosphere is kind of ignoring this group of students, I think we are making a big mistake, because innovation is actually having innovators is actually very difficult. Nurturing them, supporting them is actually very difficult. And if we exclude those non-STEM innovators from our system, we will face a bottleneck very soon. And I think it's time we really need to include this, what we label as non-STEM innovators, as simply innovators. Thank you. Thank you, Professor.
Now it's Professor Lam, right? Benson.
Yep.
You don't look like a professor, right?
I'm not a professor.
So young. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so first of all, thanks Nelson for inviting me to share my works with you. So first of all, let me briefly introduce myself. I'm Benson. I'm a faculty of the Hang Seng University of Hong Kong, and also teaching math and statistics in the universities. So if you know that in math teachers teaching calculus, algebras, so this may be a boring, pretty boring talks. So maybe let me share with you what I did before joining Hang Seng. Actually, I was an engineer working with my friends, and we had a startup companies. So we are actually, the company is still in the science parks. We have some products available in markets. And actually it is about VR, AR, some 3D things. So this is a very pretty, so they're actually surviving. So they are doing pretty good jobs. And actually I want to share with you. So because of my math trainings, I know that a lot of the equations governing the AI algorithms, machine learning algorithms, and actually I witness the developments of the whole fields. So the image processing, image recognitions, video processing, video recognitions, the computer vision, so those 3D things, VR things, I miss all the developments of all this. So I have experience in bioinformatics, image recognitions, object recognitions, video processing, and also into the talks, it is text analytics. So text is a very important topics, and it is a very hot topics nowadays. So what is text analytics? So the text, it means information from the documents. The documents can be a newspaper, okay, books, magazines, the scripts. So how can we analyze those texts? So those texts provide a lot of rich information. So there are lots of applications, including but number 2, machine translations. So you know machine translations, you get on the web, you can type maybe science and technologies, and you can instantly tell you the meanings or the corresponding meanings in Chinese. And also you also have the sort of the recommended systems. So if you type something on the in Google, so it can show you some of the web page. Or maybe even if you go to Amazon's, so you can do some typings and it will recommend some products for you. So these are some of the applications of text mining, text analytics. So I will give you 2 of the applications of text analytics. The first one is text regressions. So this is some sort of a technical, actually a technical people's, I mean a technical persons. So we'll go something little bit deeper. So what is the actually this is a pretty classical problems. So the classical problem is maybe our problem is to find what are the key factors influencing the Hang Seng index. So what are the companies having the most influential powers over the Hang Seng index? So maybe the housing, or maybe the IT, or maybe what are the companies having impacts to the Hang Seng Index. So we can do some analysis and eventually can tell, or maybe the IT, or maybe the housing, or maybe some other things have impacts. But we have a big assumption behind this. The big assumption is required that these factors must be in quantitative forms. That is, they must be in numbers. They must have a numbers form. So we have maybe the Hang Seng, the stock price is maybe 30 points or maybe 20 or something. But you may ask the questions. Other than these numbers, we all have some other informations. So what about the newspapers? What about the sharings of Joe Biden's, Carrie Lam's, so maybe some other guys? So they have impacts, but they are not included in the analysis. So these are called the tax analytics. So these are one of the problems of tax analysis. So the scope here is not to analyze those stock prices, these impacts to the Hang Seng Index, but instead we're going to analyze or actually see what are the key topics that has the most impacts to the Hang Seng Index. So actually I did, this is one of the projects. It is not working. Can you go to the next page? Yep, so this is the IPO document analysis I did with my research partners. So IPOs is the initial, so this is so what is the mean, what is the purpose of IPO? So there's some private companies want to share the stocks with the publics. So they will usually have some sharing through the press release and release those so-called IPO documents. So in the scope of this research is to see what kind of descriptions have the impact to the stock price of the first day listings. So this is one of the examples of the IPO documents. So the first paragraph tell you something about the history. Maybe 27 years ago, we have something and then we have some plans and then so on and so forth. So we have to use some text mining tools to categorize the IPO documents. Actually, you have about 300 to 400, 300 something documents, and we analyze those documents and categorize those documents into 13 different topics. So these are some of these are on the right hand side of the screen. You can see some of the topics. So some of the first one is about the history. The second one is strategies. The third one is financial performance, IPOs, information, these are things. And we use some keywords to represent each of the topics here. So maybe for the first one, history, we use if the documents have some words like history, funded, restructures, we say something about history. And then in the strategies topics, we use maybe research and development and the use of capitals. So these words represent these categories. So we have to scan through all the documents and see whether they have these wordings. And then if they have these wordings, it means these are the topics they share with us. And then we do some. This is not working well again. So can you help? So next page. Yep. So this is the one of the. Thank you. So this is the results. So our scope here is to find the correlations between the news reported just before the day before the listing of the IPOs and the stock price. But you know that the source of those news is actually from the press release. So we have to divide the whole period into three different zones. Zone one is first 5 days of the press release. And we want to find where the reporters say something about from the IPO documents. And then we have the zone 3, which is the day before the listing of IPOs. And the day between zone 1 and zone 3, we have zone 2. And our results show that for the zone 1, the reporter actually both the materials from the IPO documents. We have some evidence, but we have no connection between zone 1 and zone 2. And we can find a clear association between zone 1 and zone 3. And finally, most importantly, we have find some association between zone 3 and the stock price. So the question you may ask is, what are the topics having the most impact to the stock price? So actually, history is not doesn't play any role. Maybe you can guess. And actually, the most important topics is financial status, the IPO informations. So these are the most important topics. So this is the first applications I want to share with you. Now let's go on to the second applications. This is about the questionnaire surveys. So if you I think you have some experience in this kind of questionnaire. So asking you whether you're happy with some kind of service. So after maybe staycations, staying in a hotel for 3 to 4 days, you may be invited to fill in a questionnaire, just like this. So after attending this forum, you may be asked to answer a question like, how likely is that you would recommend this form to your friends? So this is a typical questionnaire, typical questions. So rating is from 0 to 10. 0 points it means you are not very happy with the these forums. 10 means you're very happy with these forums, and you're going to share or recommend this forum with your friends. And for this one, this is actually a classical problem, classical approach. So to conduct this kind of surveys, we must have some sort of hypothesis before we decide the questionnaire. We have some question to ask, and then we have to decide the questionnaire, and then we have to distribute the questionnaire to the target populations, and then we do the analysis. So this is a kind of closed-end questions. So you can get so whenever the target population is happy if you're with your service, with the forums, or with these things. But we don't know why. Actually, the most important part is why or how. So these are the important questions. So the new approach is we can use text mining approach, and we can actually ask more questions like why. So the question we can ask is how likely is that you would recommend this form to your friends, and rate 0 to 10, and then you can ask why. So again, you can see which aspects the audience are happy, and which aspects they are not happy. Actually, my research partner, my research partners and I had a research projects about the so-called grandmother schemes. So I call it a grandmother scheme because actually I would say these are the volunteers. We have already recruit a groups of volunteers. They are mothers, they're elderly. They help us to counsel the young people. So actually, in maybe 2 to 3 years ago, maybe 2020s, we know that we have some social unrest, and we have some COVID-19, and some of the people we're not very happy and maybe under depressions. So my friend and I said, apply for some fundings, and we could a group of elderlies, especially grandmothers, or actually elderlies, female elderlies. So we have provide some training to them and teach them how to do some listenings and get some response. And then we promote the programs, and we have a platforms doing some assignments. So we have a young people making a phone call to us, and then we assign this young people to grandmother A, and then we have to assign the second young people to the young person to the grandmother B. And then after the counseling sections, we invite the young persons to fill in a questionnaire. And this is actually the grandmothers want to know. So you satisfy the counselor approach to talking. So the rating is from 1 to 5. So 1 means I'm not very happy. 5 is I'm very happy. So it can tell you whether the youths are happy with the service, but it doesn't tell us in which aspects and why or how they are satisfied. So the other question is like why. So this is a free forms. They can write out, they can share what freely without any constraints. So we use some text mining approach. So this is the analysis. So we have topic 1 and topic 2. Topic 1 is actually referring to those that are happy with the service, and the topic 2 is those they are not happy with the service. For the topic 1, they said they're polite, they're nice, they're listening, they're patient. So these are good. So the grandmothers know these aspects they did well. So this is good. And for the topic 2s, they said the counselor didn't respond. Didn't answer my questions, say didn't have time. So actually, if we go back to asking those grandmothers, some of them were not that patient. Maybe say something like, well, the counseling section is over, so we have to end here. So you know that this is not a very good answer. So we provide another kinds of a workshop training to them and then teach them how to respond those questions. Okay, so today I share with you two applications of text analytics. The first one is how we can predict the stock through text analytics. Well, the second one is how we can use text analytics to analyze the questionnaire. So that's it for me. Thank you very much.
All right. After Benson, Nelson, Professor Tang.
Thank you, Professor Chan.
Welcome.
First of all, I have to congratulate Nelson Yip and the organization for a very successful seminar today, and I enjoyed it very much. Yes. How many of you have seen this movie, The Social Network? With show of hand. Okay. Okay, a few of you. Okay, so what you tell is one of the popular social media apps we are using nowadays. The idea was not original. Okay, was the thought is saying that it was taken from a trained spotter. Okay, and that trained spotter didn't protect the IP, didn't protect his idea, his innovation, the innovation. And okay, so that's why today I'm going to talk about pattern in 10 minutes. But I was told I got 10 minutes. So okay, I have operation in Science Park. This is my company. So what is pattern? So I hear so many innovation and good idea today, and from young entrepreneurs and startups. So you also need to think about how to protect it, okay? So one of the ways is to protect by patent, okay? A patent is a property, that means it can be trade, okay? Then is the government try to make a trade that you tell people what is your secret. And in return, you get an exclusive right to practice that secret for a period of time, okay? So because today I was told we have to talk in English, so I just used US PTO as an example. So it covers a process, machine, or a composition, as long as there's some use, there's a utility. So everything you talk about can be patent, okay? So this is we call scope of patent. And then but it cannot be a law of nature. You cannot patent a mathematical formula, okay? But you have to transform the formula to a use, okay? A utility, then you can make it patentable. Then you have to say that it is new, okay? New idea, new innovation. How to say that it's new? Then you have to compare with prior art. So I will tell you how to search whether people have talked about it before, okay? And then it has to be non-obvious. That means your enemy cannot think about it, okay? So the simple, we call it people skill in the arts, and this is very abstract, okay? But the simple example is the classmate you don't like. So you don't talk to him, okay? So such a person, whether he can think of what your idea is, okay? If not, then it is non-obvious, okay? So it is patentable. So this explain what the people you don't like, okay? So then, okay, it's so new to me, okay? 專利 is something like very professional. I have to get a lawyer before I get it. So the takeaway of this talk is you can do it yourself, okay? So I give you tips. So you go to patents, Google search, okay? So this is my favorite patent. Something simple as this is patentable, okay? This already obtained a patent. So a tricycle with a lawnmower, okay? Link at the back. You link it together. You describe the link, how you could link the bicycle pedal to cut the lawn. Then it's already a patent, an invention by itself, okay? So all your idea talk about in the previous section, you have think about, you don't disclose the detail first, okay? Until you get a patent. Okay, so we did an invention of the pointer. Okay, so and also I know there's we are recruiting youth to join the innovation school. Okay, school of troops, innovation troops. So how could we think of new ideas? So one way of is to look at the competition. So what people put out their idea in competition. So I saw the keyword tripartite. So I think of GBA. So actually it's a tripartite area. So this is 大灣區專利比賽. Okay, so this is actually co-sponsored by the Hong Kong government and GBA. So we are fortunate that we got a silver medal last year. And then in the website, you can see all kinds of innovations. Even toilet, automatic toilet, or yeah, something like that could be something have an impact. Okay, they actually receive award. Okay, hopefully one of, and okay, and also another very famous one is Geneva Expo. And so you can also see what people are putting out there. And okay, now you are not sure how to do it. Okay, so tomorrow I have a very good idea, and tomorrow an investor asked me to tell him what is the idea, whether he want to invest, and then I afraid he will copycat my idea. So what could I do tonight? Get a provisional patent application. Okay, so you can done online. The cost is cheap, just a buffet lunch, US dollar 75, Hong Kong dollar 500. And then there is a video tell you how to file a provisional patent. Yes, in USA, okay, but it works, okay. So the essence, so against 10 minutes, okay. YouTube 10 minutes tell you how to file, describe your own patent. For example, you invent this group, okay. Then it tell you what's the way to put it out in a provisional patent format that could give you some kind of protection in a short period of time, 10 minutes, okay? So I think, yeah, so I hope that I share with you some concept about patent and that you may find it useful during your innovative adventure. Thank you.
Thank you. Very interesting, huh? And also very important. All right, next speaker, Maggie. Maggie Wang.
Thank you, Andrew. First of all, thank Nelson for inviting me to join this great forum. I'm Maggie Wang. You can find my intro in the previous section. Yeah. Yeah. And actually, I feel very homey to this section to see many fellow academians, scholars sitting together. I'm actually a full-time associate professor from the Chinese University of Hong Kong. And I'm also happy to be in this session to add in the gender diversity. Thank you. So we have also got a startup company. It's founded by two professors from CNHK. One is me, and the other is Professor Benny Z. And this is a partial of our team, and one of our colleagues is also here. So we are also seated in the Science Park and received the tissue funding and the IncuBio funding to support our technology development. So, okay, sorry. So a brief intro to our startup, and also I think to fit in this section more about our technology. So it started from our research of virus genome since 2013. So after many years of research in 2018, we found that we are able to predict the mutations of the influenza virus. And the result is that we can design a better antigen for the vaccine that performs better than the current vaccine. So as soon as we discovered that, we filed the patent following Nelson's advice over here. and then founded the company Beth Bio because of this discovery. And then we have ready students, our postdoc fellows, our PhD, and even bachelor students who are also a core member of our company team, joined the company, and we started our journey of startup. So there's two sides of development. One side is the research, ongoing research, R&D. Half of it is done in the Chinese University of Hong Kong, patent filing, continuous patent filing. The other way of development is business development. We need to let people know what we can do. So we are, I was talking to Nelson that we're still struggling of what is the best way, the business solution to get out of there. Like, we have a very good technology. We've shown it's effective in mice immunization experiments. We show in prospective predictions for 3 consecutive years. Actually, after we did the prospective prediction, we bought some blockchain crypto to record our predictions. But my only regret is we didn't bought enough, because that was 4 years ago. If we bought enough, we don't need to seek for investment this year. But we bought those currencies only to save our predictions to the future. So now the validation results come out that the expected improvement of vaccine effectiveness of influenza vaccine is up to 40%, from 20% to 40%. And just this month, last month, we got another invention, but it's published in Nature Medicine, that is to use the virus genome data that we can predict the vaccine effectiveness before infection. So the current vaccine effectiveness is obtained only after the population got infected and after we all got vaccinated. So we retrospectively collect the data and find out what the effectiveness is, what the protection is. But with this technology, we don't need to get infected. We don't even need to get vaccinated. As soon as we see a new genetic variant, like just arising from the South Africa, we can immediately predict the remaining protection for this population using the current vaccines. So we can control for all types of vaccine technology platforms, including the mRNA, the inactivated vaccine, etc. So it will be online soon. So we also have other patents. So all our technologies are surrounding the central theme of improving vaccine, from the effectiveness, the protection level, to the manufacturing efficiency, like how productive the manufacturing process can be, like through the codon optimization of the vaccine antigen, the virus replication can be more efficient, and that improves the manufacturing efficiency, etc., etc. But the way to business is, of course, tough, right? We have collaboration agreement or contract of co-development with several big farmers, but when can we see the revenue? Is still, we need to wait for further trials and experiments. So it's a long process along the way. And we're thankful for the support of ITC and the tissue program to sustain us along the pathway. So because it's a forum for the young people here, I would like to broadcast that we need all types of talents, not only the STEM talents, like what I listed here. So most of our team, the R&D team, are from these training background, mathematics, statistics, computer science. For me, I got my bachelor degree in physics and my PhD in statistics, genetics, chemistry, etc. This is our team's expertise. But we also need business development talents, especially those design talents, humanitarian related. Like, we also have a project we are doing in the local market, the Vaccine for You app. As we have the ability of predicting the vaccine effectiveness, initially we want to display this information in a mobile app so everyone can know it. But unfortunately, it's not. It's too sensitive. It's too sensitive. So the Apple Store does not display it immediately, right? And we also need to get governments
support to show this kind of information. And indeed, we recognize it's indeed a sensitive information, although it's accurate and useful. So we're still trying to find out our pathway along how to make our technology and invention more useful, practical, and be accepted by the market. Yeah, so that's basically what I hope to share today. Thank you very much.
Very good. According to schedule, it should be Q&A time, but do you have any questions in mind? I have an innovative idea. If I do not receive any specific questions, at least I complete the whole thing. Complete the whole song.
Thank you. Actually, for Professor Cole, I have a question for you in here. You have mentioned earlier that non-STEM students can contribute on the project that you're working on, right? So like, can you be more explicit on like how a non-STEM student like me can contribute on the humanitarian project that like you have been participated in MSF before?
Let me interrupt a little bit. So how many questions do you have?
One, and my partner have
one.
Good.
You cite your questions first so that they can have some sort of a mental preparation.
Right.
So who are you addressing to?
I want to ask Benson.
Benson.
Yes. Benson, you are the expert in big data and machine learning. There are numbers of startups that are using big data and machine learning to be their main technologies. Can you tell me more, what is the technological trend in big data and machine learning in the coming 5 years? And how can Hong Kong startup differentiate itself when their main technologies are using big data and AI?
So you understand the question, right? Do you understand the question?
Yeah.
Yeah. So any other questions? I want to have a kind of understanding as well what sort of questions you have before I redirect all the energy, the timing, whatever. Any questions from the floor? If not, perhaps you start with the first question.
Right, I make it quick. I think Maggie actually helped to make a very good point. Her company, her work is very scientific and still can involve a lot of the non-science, non-STEM students in it. I mean, non-STEM professional in it. So there are always ways. And for myself, in terms of humanitarian technology, I think the part is humanitarian part is much more important than technology. Technology to me is always Mickey Mouse. The part that you really understand people, you actually have the willingness to spend time to understand people. I think that is more important. And I think doesn't matter you're tech or non-tech, people will always find way to apply their knowledge if they want to.
As long as you have the passion and you can deep dive into the path, right?
Yeah, passion, purpose. Yes.
Good. Thank you, Professor.
Let me reiterate. When you do anything, you have to start with the person because you are solving people's problem. You want to make people happy. It's not the technology per se. But without technology, you cannot reach the destination. But you have to think about what you want to do. Why are you doing this? It's not what. Somehow I listened to that very beautiful phrase. So how will you respond to the question from that gentleman?
Yeah, so your first part of your question is the technology, right? So this should be deep learnings. I think you know deep learnings. So deep learning is widely applied to solve many machine learning and AI problems. But I would say using deep learning only is not enough. Because as a know, there's actually no one or single machine learning methods that can solve all the problems. So sometimes we use very simple methods. Its performance is very good. Maybe I can share with you an examples. Recently, we have I have some friends who are the Chinese practitioner asked me to recognize those some of the Chinese drugs, the pearls and pearl models. So they asked me, Benson, you use deep learning. You know deep learning? I know. But I would say I won't use deep learning because the methods here actually before I apply deep learnings, I have some feelings about the data and I have some sense of what kind of method I should use. So I will use some of the simplest one, and the accuracy is much better than deep learning. So actually, there's no single method to work well to all the problems. We have to understand the data well and also the macro variables. But if you're working on image, video, speech, or sometimes on text problems, these are kind of big problems. It is usually better to go with start with deep learning. So your second question is about how we can differentiate from the other regions, maybe Singapore, Japan. So I know that some of my friends are working on some self-driving car. So this is a very popular topic, not only in China but also in US and also in some other places. They use a lot of sensors, lots of different technologies. But one of my friends told me that they actually, let me tell you, they borrow the technology from the USA or some other things and apply it to Hong Kong. I just wonder whether this is good, because you know that the cost in Hong Kong is huge, but in US and or maybe in UK the situations are quite different. And also my feeling is Hong Kong researchers have passions in research, maybe in research only, but not in applied research. So my personal feeling is you have to know the needs of the Hong Kong people, and you have to develop something that can really help them, not just to borrow the idea or the problems from the other countries and put them to our situations. I don't think self-driving car works in Hong Kong. So
okay, thank you.
All right. A lot of people would like asking me to be moderator. Why? Because I always put in new things to make it very interesting. How to test whether a webinar is a good one is whether the person making the presentation actually learned something in that particular context. From others, from your gesture, some people doing text, right? Smile, smell, taste, whatever. So I would like to suggest giving you 30 seconds to 1 minute, summarizing what's in your mind at this juncture for all the speakers today. But you can opt out because that might be too difficult. So Eric, you better prepare. You were the first one to respond. And then perhaps it's a summary. Perhaps it's an integration of the kind of things you learned today, or particular, or maybe something. Oh, I learned something from Marco or something like that. So Eric, is it exciting?
All right, I'll try my best. Well, I think it is kind of aligned with my own belief that technology is for mankind, right? So we have to start with, mankind and what we are going to improve in the society. And technology is just an enabler, right? We can put technology into good use or bad use, right? So, and I would say that, I've heard a lot about, entrepreneurs today, and many of them started out with, identifying a problem they want to solve, and solving the problem is going to improve mankind in one way or the other, right? But I would like to also to summarize by saying that everybody could be innovative, and everyone could start their entrepreneurship journey. And I have been like preaching to a lot of university students and even secondary students that the conventional wisdom is to, study well, get a good degree, and probably join a big company and climb the corporate ladder, right? That's the conventional wisdom. And that's still the belief of many parents, sadly. but then I would say that there's actually an alternative path, that entrepreneurship as your first job, all right? And I could promise you that even after a few trials, success or not, this experience is invaluable. And even if you believe that entrepreneurship is not your cup of tea, and then you want to go back and find a job, I can guarantee you that large corporates will love to have people having this entrepreneurship experience and mindset. All right, thank you.
Very good. Marco, yeah, join our hands together to celebrate. It is more than politeness, it's the insight. Yes, Marco.
I think generally, as all the professors have been saying, that you must be willing to take risk if you want to be a successful entrepreneur, or if you in profit wise, if you want to earn more or as such, you must be willing to take risk. Why is that important? Because everyone may think that operating a business involves a lot of risk, which it is at times. But if you never try and operate a business, then there may be chance that you may regret. And when people say, there's other competitors already operating in the market, but the risk that you're still willing to take, I think that's the most difficult. But that's always where the most successful entrepreneurs define themselves, or they contrast against others, right? Because if you don't have the confidence to do so, because you can see there's actually a lot of opportunities every day within the market. It's just waiting for you to grasp that opportunity. And when you think whether that's a market that's profitable, or do you enjoy operating in that market? And if you think it is, then please go and try it. Because if not, you may regret, and maybe some other competitors decide to join in the market and you lose out. But actually, you may have thought of that initial idea first. So that's one of the key things that I thought I generated a lot throughout this sharing session. Thank you.
Very good. Okay, Albert. 1 minute. I really need it this time.
Yeah, I love engineering, but the only thing I don't like is I studied mechanical engineering. So when I was in university, I remember there was no girl in our class. The only guy with long hair, we make him sit in the front of the classroom. So when we look from the back, it feels like there's a girl. So I'm actually very happy to see Maggie among the team, because I think this is a very strong reminder for us. When we push technology forward, when we push entrepreneurship forward, we have to be very mindful to be more inclusive, not wait for it to happen, but really inclusive in different sense. Inclusive in including people who don't usually show up. The startup society in Hong Kong are mostly highly educated elite. We need to include those maybe ethnic minorities, maybe single mom, maybe different kind of people. That is one part of inclusiveness. The other part is gender equality. How many of female do we have in the panel? I think these are the mindful things that we need to work on it, and not to wait for it to naturally happen. Thank you.
Very good. Benson, your turn.
Yeah, find your passions. So I'm quite sure that if you want to work, want to work on technologies, you must have to invest lots of times. So sometimes you may meet some failures. Sometimes you may get lost. But you have to actually keep your passions and spend also keep family. I would say your first love, and keep working on it. So I want to share with you that sometimes I had to work alone for a pretty long period of times, because I didn't have some enough resources to work on my own research work. So the text mining research, the 3D research, the bioinformatics research, yeah, I had really long, hard times. But I have friends. They support me. So I actually didn't give up. And nowadays I create a lot of formulas that can help people to improve their methods.
Very good. Now, Nelson,
oh, thank you. So I have some innovation. Should we have lady first?
Why not? How can I say no? But you can accept or not accept. Anything. What's in your mind at this juncture? You feel happy or whatever? Or maybe perhaps you learn something from either one. So if you are not ready, I'll give it back to you. Yeah. See?
Yeah. So thoughtful innovation. Yeah. So I think, yeah. So when I prepare the slide, I think I'm coming to share with you some experience, telling you something. But at the end, I learned quite a lot from every single one of you, and particularly Albert. And I'm so impressed about your humanistic engineering work. And yes. So, and also from other speakers. I think I also need to thank Nelson Yip for organizing this event. I think all these platform of networking is never been enough, and you should work harder. Thank you. Thank you.
Very good. So, are you ready?
Okay, I can continue. Yeah. My words want to share is for students, for secondary school students. My advice is learn the solid thing, the solid knowledge, statistics, math, biology, to get a solid training, whichever subject it is. It will get you through. It will spring in the end. No time will be wasted as long as you do it from your heart. Do it from your heart. There's no waste of, there won't be a waste of time if you do things from your heart. And the other advice is attitude. The attitude, a diligent attitude can get you anywhere you want to go. Do not be afraid. Do not be afraid saying there's a lion on the street. There's no lion on the street. So don't think it's such a huge barrier you cannot get through. Entrepreneur is so challenging that you won't step ahead. Just take your attitude and do it. If you are passionate and you got your solid training and you got good attitude, it will get you there. So that's my words to share for the young.
Thank you. So the reason why somehow you see my doing filibuster, you know what is filibuster? Lipo. It's because we start 30 minutes earlier. I haven't asked the reason why, but I think this is a windfall for us. So there are no reasons why people always want to ask me to be the moderator is they're expecting my conclusion at the last. To be fair, because I give you a lot of surprises, so it would only be fair if I say something. I learned a lot today from Eric, of course, 2 buzzwords, the platform. You have any issue? Come here. Big platform. If I cannot give you a solution, then I will go to somebody. Somebody mentioned networking just now, right? I'll find a way helping you out. And then he rightly pointed out a gold mine called the GBA, Greater Bay Area. I'm the Greater Bay Area Business School. I'm the president. So of course I have to say something so that my stakeholders would not get mad at me. But a lot of opportunity there, unleashing of a lot of potential. So only sky is the limit. You don't have to go very far. You just go next door and then you see a lot of changes. And then for Marco, the most important statement from you today for me is from impossible to possible. Don't ever think this is impossible. The first question you should ask, when there was a will, there must be a way. So, and then you start looking at technology, you start looking at entrepreneurship, you start looking at your friends. So go to this kind of webinar regularly. That's the place you understand there are so many talents out there integrating everything. And that's also promulgated by also Maggie. A lot of people, we are still quite siloed, so we need a lot of people helping out. And the third thing from Albert, of course, I learned a lot from Albert. Basically, you haven't talked about design thinking, but somehow you use it. You haven't talked about social innovation. You haven't mentioned the term, but that's all embedded there. It's not this is innovation per se, it's social innovation and supported by technology. This is a masterpiece to me also, because when you look deep into what he is doing every day, and I have to tell you the biggest thing I learned today. Not a single speaker has ever talked about money. You earn a lot, you gain basically protection of patent and risk. It's the fun. It's the helping people out. Somebody talk about why and what, and that person is oh, you. The text is difficult to comprehend, but after a while, I know what he's talking about. So I'll give you 2 more research agenda. Look at eyesight. look at hearing in addition to text. In Buddhism, we talk about the 6 senses. So you start with the first one. That's also very important because you are the first one handling all that. So for Albert, and whenever you have some idea in mind and then you want to find somebody helping you out, I'm of course that person. And also that also applies to a lot of you here. If you have something in mind, you think, you all talk about networking. I'm good at networking mainly because I'm old. I've been in this world for 60-something years. So I know a lot of people, and then you have to show your personality, you build your brand. And then good people will cling to you. People of the same feather, birds of the same feather will flock together. And then that will help you out very easily. Just like Nelson. Where are you, Nelson? Oh, Nelson is there. I don't think a lot of people can organize an event, not because of money. Even for IDC, you can give out money, but money is an enabler. It can never create great things. It's curiosity. That's another point I learned from you, all of you folks today. You're curious on something, and that curiosity can lead to helping people solving a new problem, not a new problem, but problems there. Receiving a new problem and then try to handle it using innovation, entrepreneurship, and also technology. So Nelson is here. Nelson talked about networking, I know. So sometimes I mentioned going to this kind of webinar because only through this webinar you can go to places whereby nobody in this whole world can ever thought of that direction. Just like I have talked about beyond text. Beyond text, what is that? There are a lot of dimensions, a lot of opportunities up there. Time is too limited. So I have to finish early so that you can go away and start talking to each other. If you find somebody that's interesting, some idea, talk, listen, create, rebuild, do it, and fail. And fail very fast. And do it again. From another angle. And also for Eugene, I have to say something about Eugene. Eugene cannot join us today. I don't know whether we have the opportunity to listen to him, but I can do a little summary. Eugene talked about parents helping youngsters going to places whereby they want to go to. They don't have a map even. They don't have a route. They don't have a timetable. But when they have something in their own mind, when that's helping people along ESG, along triple bottom line, about social innovation, about protection, allow students, allow kids doing things a bit along their free will, if that's something is decent. So I know Eric is looking at his watch, so I better finish here. For Maggie, Maggie, the most important thing I learned from you is non-intrusive. You don't have the vaccine. You don't catch the virus, but somehow you're thinking about doing things, helping people, solving a problem, and that problem at that juncture is still not in existence. Is it new? I think this is new. So we learned a lot today. So give them a big round of applause. Very happy. So the webinar isn't stop here. It's just the beginning of a lot of joint ventures, a lot of cooperations. Come to hear more often, because you will see people having the same frequency and also wavelength. All right, Eric, you can go to the places you want to go to. Yes, I know.
Before you guys leave, can we take a group photos together?
Why not? Why not?
First, like.
So next time you have to tell me when's the time you have to be. The creators. Yeah. Come. Oh, the lady.
Thank you.
Professor John. Professor John, can you join us, please?
On the other side.
Andy.
Yeah. Oh, never mind. That's okay.
Okay. Are you ready? Okay. 1, 2, and 3. Yeah.
Okay, 1, 2, 3. All right. Okay, thank you.
Bye, Professor. Professor Chong là gì đây? Rồi một trang.
风起南海，潮涌珠江。广东作为粤港澳大湾区发展的核心引擎，立足于习近平总书记作出的重大国家战略，紧紧围绕中央要求、湾区所向、港澳所需、广东所能，充分发挥创新端、产业端、人才端的支柱力量，引领着粤港澳大湾区奋力发展。 领航掌舵，把脉定向，为加快推进粤港澳大湾区建设，更充分实现就业和经济高质量发展，省委省政府出台深化人力资源保障、推进大湾区建设等系列政策，为湾区人才创业筑巢搭台。在广东省人力资源与社会保障厅和广州市天河区人民政府共同推进并积极响应下， 粤港澳大湾区广东创新创业孵化基地应运而生，定位为粤港澳大湾区人社特色的国家级创业孵化实训示范基地，粤港澳大湾区港澳青年创新创业重要载体，以国家级、国际化、示范性创新创业孵化平台为建设目标，链接港澳资源，汇聚港澳人才。 俯瞰南粤，聚焦广州。基地于天河，建筑面积超6.6万平方米，3栋大楼相辅相连。综合级创业带动就业示范区，人才与产业融合发展示范区，高端产业孵化加速示范区，一元多区规划，为粤港澳青年提供全周期创业孵化育成服务，形成新兴产业聚集。 大湾区一流创新创业孵化基地，紧扣粤港澳大湾区产业优势基础，提升创新创业服务软实力，着重围绕政府主导、市场运营、社会参与、示范引领为运作思路，以1368为基地总体建设路径，提升粤港澳大湾区广东创新创业孵化基地的创新创业软硬件服务实力。 构筑集人才、技术、资本为一体的产创融合创新运营模式，打造以粤港澳大湾区广东创新创业孵化基地为龙头的孵化平台载体，辐射带动12+N个创新创业基地，开展多维度全方位合作，构建生态良好、布局合理、功能齐全、社会资源集聚人才和创新孵化平台。 3大智慧系统确立基地强大内核，搭建信息化强源，互联网加服务、智慧孵化管理、人才大数据3大智慧系统一体化实现基地线上自助服务体系，智能化处理基地运维管理， 6大服务平台，打造全生命链条众创服务体系，实现全周期、全要素精准孵化，涵盖从初创、成长、成熟到上市全链条各个阶段，让粤港澳大湾区的人才在此创新创业畅通无阻。着力规划8大特色功能区全覆盖，打造其生态良好、布局合理、功能齐全的产创融合发展，科技成果转化孵化，社会资源集聚和对接，3位一体人才和创新孵化公共支撑服务平台，遵循精准定位、差异化全链条服务原则，重点引进粤港澳青年及高层次国际化人才和项目，牵头及交流、培育、实训、孵化、展示、对接等功能于一体的示范性平台，利用4级孵化，打造进阶式服务生态圈，提供7大特色服务，实现全面创孵精品。粤港澳大湾区的美丽画卷正在缓缓打开，木棉花开，紫荆盛放，莲花芬芳。一个创新资源生态集聚的大湾区，一流创新创业孵化基地正蓬勃地孕育生机。在部、省、市的精心培育下，终将育成参天大树，结出累累硕果。筑巢引凤谋发展，聚财育珠谱新篇。财聚湾区，共创未来。 可获得200万元专项扶持。路演大赛4载争辉，成果转化实效显著，以赛促转建成优质平台，更探索出科技加产业加金融创新体系， 据不完全统计，前3届共促成98个项目转化落地，入围项目转化率达37.8%，总转化金额超2.37亿元。一赛促创深化粤港澳高校创新创业，招才引智培育科技型企业，助力产业高质量发展。前3届大赛约有44个项目创业孵化，税收近1000万元，促进就业超100人。一赛促投搭建科技金融支持平台，以赛为媒，聚集创投机构、企业研发等创新要素，促进项目投资转化。前3届大赛累计为22个项目引来投资。以赛促转打通产业精准转化渠道，探索解决企业技术需求、产学研深度融合的新模式。前3届大赛约有33个项目以产学研合作、技术转让等方式进行转化，高校科技成果转化为现实生产力，成效出色。
Hello everyone. Hello everyone. Can I have your attention? Forum 3 is gonna start very soon. May our guests please get seated first. 你哋可以坐啲。新篇章14抢开局。中心将延伸服务触角，搭建评价体系，激励高效创新，打造跨学科研发平台，加速产业数字化转型升级，加快培育科技型企业，完善科技创新产业生态，奋力为粤港澳大湾区建设成为国际科技创新中心做出更大。
Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to our panelists. First of all, may I briefly introduce to you our guest panelists one by one. Mr. Bong Chan from Federation of Hong Kong Industry Group 18, Hong Kong Pacific Council. Professor Terence Chong from the Chinese University of Hong Kong. Mr. Richard Chung from Innovest Holding Limited, Mr. Liu and Mr. Chung in our Zoom platform. First, may I invite Mr. Bong Chan to give us the presentations.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not going to go through all the details about my presentation. I'll just give you the idea what Deloitte or myself, how to support the startup. Can you, yeah. Okay, for our experience, we reckon the successful innovation, there's a 3 core element. There's a successful business model, because we find that most of the startup and the people we met before, they're not really know about the business model, what they are going to do it. They have a very deep technology mind, but they don't really have a how to do a business model, because they never encountered the commercial world in deep experience. And also most of them, I can find that they don't really understand or fully understood about the regulation and compliance from the relevant regulation. But they do have a technology. So I think the successful innovation need to have a 3 core elements. Therefore, we should consider each other. Okay, and also we have some advice for the startup people. We have a few very key elements that is very important. They should have a beginner mind, so they need to learn, because they're just startup, and also they should not think about the competition. They should think about the cooperation. The successful technology innovation companies already cooperate with the other company. That's very important. And the other thing is, money is not the top priority. When you do things good, or when the business doing well, the money go to you. It's very simple. Don't always think the mind is the money mind. Okay, so the rationale from Deloitte is pretty straightforward. We strongly support the startup in Hong Kong, because we strongly reckon they're the new economic driver. And also the planning for the startup is also very important as well. And because our Deloitte is a global firm, we can assist the startup through our local and global network. That's very important. For the startup in the local, they already big, but if they are become a become a unicorn or even bigger, they need the global network to make them even bigger. And we need to tell them how to accelerate to the next level. Okay, I'm not going to sell Deloitte. Okay, I think most of the people know Deloitte have a different service line. We have audit, consulting, financial advisory, risk advisory in tax and legal. But for most of the startup, I think for the startup, they are more than lead to work with us how to find the financial investor. Because I see some of the startup, they do have a technology, they do have a very clear mind, but they don't have the funding to start up the business. So Deloitte will assist them. First of all, we understand their business. We understand their company. And then we'll try to connect them with the family fund, or maybe to connect the local player, which is need the technology. And later of the presentation, I can give you the very good example, which is one of the number one top tier fintech company in Cyberport. Okay, that's the story I'm going to share. Basically, I'm the Alibaba Jumpstarter pitch event of the judge since 2017. I'm the 5th year consecutively. In the first year, one of the judge, you see Mr. Guan, he introduced me the company called Acromon. He said Acromon is not the company joining the Alibaba Jumpstarter at that year. He is the company Alibaba Enterprise Funds just invested to that company, that startup. So Mr. Guan asked me, this the company, this the startup, I highly recommend to you, Bong. Then afterward, I visited the company. You know, where's the company? The company is in Sai Kung Tai Bo Zai. Double Zai is one of the local remote area in there. So there you can see that's all the team they have. They don't have any infrastructure, very good technology, but they do have a very strong mind to make things happen. So at that time, I introduced the fund, the first family fund to them. Then after that, I also introduced a lot of the other investor and other financial institution. First, financial institution is make them have a business. For the other investor, is make them have a more stronger fund, more money to operate. And then now the valuation is become $200 million at the moment. So they sooner or later will be unicorn of Hong Kong. And more important, we can show you, they are the only company without any office. They got the license from SFC. So from Cyberport, Acromon is one of the pioneer fintech company, I'm sure, from Cyberport. And also the shareholder of the Cyberport, you can see is all the big name. So that's Cyberport. So they also give the kind of the greeting and supporting wording to Deloitte, because we strongly support them from day one and connect them to the investor and also the financial institution player. So last but not least, I would suggest for the startup, for the young people, there's a book called Sharpen the Sword. So for becoming a good startup and have a chance to become a unicorn, there's a 4th thing we consider very important. Physical, do some exercise. Do some exercise. Make your mind learning and reading more. Not only your technology. Second, find some friends. Join more events like this. Know more people. Know what's going on in the market. Last, do spare some time for spiritual. Have a clear mind. Then you will have a very good chance of success. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mr. Bong Chan. After that, may I invite Professor Terence Chong to deliver the presentations.
Can I have the? Okay. So thank you, Nelson, for inviting me to this event. So this PPT is prepared in Chinese. I'm not sure if I should present in English or Cantonese. Is Cantonese okay for all of you? So 其實可能英文可能 OK 嗱普通話廣東話嗱咁其實大灣區咧就有幾個目標嘅咁呢度1至5啦，大家睇一睇咁主要就係咩咧？第2咧具全球影響力嘅國際創新中心啊，創新科技啊，呢個係大灣區將來其實可能全世界工業4.0嘅始創點嚟嘅嚇，呢個係最重要。跟住宜居宜遊嗰啲啦嚇，咁呢個就大家睇睇。咁所以如果你想翻去咧，國內做生意咧，或者係 startup 咧，你一定要睇到國內 policy 先。最大嘅 policy 咧就係14.5規劃啦。14.5規劃咧通常有指標嘅，但係今次咧就係冇咩咧，就冇個 GDP 嘅增長啊，但係其他都有嘅。大家都留意咩？就係留意第2項，研發支出每年增加7%，呢個係嚟緊嗰5年，呢個係政策嚟嘅嚇。咁所以就如果做科研咧，呢個一定政府一定有政策支援。另外就下低嗰度綠色嚇，咁所以如果你翻大灣區做生意咧，科研同埋綠色啊，仲有城鎮化會增加，即係咩意思？即係如果你做一啲起樓啊，即係整 lift 啊嗰啲建材係呢個都係有嘅發展㗎。咁就嗱，呢個就係大灣區啊，呢個就係14.5規劃全國規劃入邊有一章咧，就係講香港嘅。咁就主要係增加港產學研嘅協調發展啦，即係香港嘅大學啲科研咧可以喺大灣區度生產啦。咁就加強資格互認啦。咁嚟緊咧就會有呢2個 belt 嘅，即係2條創新走廊，一個就由廣州去到深圳、香港呢邊，一個就由廣州去到珠海嗰度啦。咁入邊會擺好多嗰啲科技園啊喺度嘅。咁呢個成個都係一個叫做一個創新科技走廊帶咁樣啦。咁香港都會配合嘅，香港北部都會區就係做呢樣嘢啦。咁我哋喺屯門嗰邊咧會做啲商務啦。中間呢度咧就係新田科技城呢度做科技。東邊嗰邊就海邊啦，做旅遊啊。咁前海亦都擴容咗啦，前海本來係15平方公里啦，就乜都做唔到其實嗱，而家120公里啊，120平方公里，即係你可以做好多嘢，你擺間大學落去都得嘅。咁而家前海亦都擴容咗啊，咁所以成個大灣區咧就即係擴容咗。嗱咁呢個就大家如果翻去做，最緊要就係睇個稅啦。稅如果你係人才嘅話咧，人才點樣定義咧都係即係你唔係話。如果係高檔人才嘅，就有香港個稅就係一樣，即係15% 到啊，15% 就唔會多15% 嘅嚇。好啦，咁大家睇一睇咧，邊有啲咩資助啊？呢個講到即係睇下點樣可以做，同埋點樣攞錢啊？咁嗱，呢個可能同你哋後生仔唔關事，呢個俾銀行即係金局俾銀行有資助嘅，你銀行肯翻大灣區請人咧，每日俾最多6000嚇，最多6000。咁啊，你唔會翻開銀行啦，呢個可能唔關你事啦。咁但係你睇翻即係如果入邊咧，你想有支援咧，佢哋想揾啲大學生喺入邊啊，或者係揾大學幫你手嘅。基本上香港8間大學咁都係喺大灣區咧已經開始有，呢度係有 campus 或者有啲 program 喺度噶啦。中大其實最先入嘅就唔係中大，最先入邊係浸大，喺珠海有個 campus， 跟住中大啦，城大就喺東莞啊，都會大學就喺肇慶，理大就喺佛山。咁呢個科大喺廣州啊，呢啲去到大灣區每一間學校咧，即係每個區咧其實都會有間大學喺度嘅。咁如果大家翻去做生意咧，睇一睇喺邊度做咧，喺邊個城市做咧，睇得幾樣嘢。第一，佢哋強項喺邊度啊？呢個就係佢哋強項，同埋喺個服務業。嗱，廣州就係比較多服務業，有73%，即係 GDP 有73%服務業。其他大灣區城市咧都係比較低少少嘅，都未必過50嘅。譬如你睇翻江門啊、中山，佢哋個服務業都係一半一半啫嚇。咁但係通常都增長緊嘅。咁服務業如果你係做，如果你嗰個創科staff 係服務業咧，就可以去啲服務比較多嘅地方啦嚇。嗱，咁呢個係現成嘅，但係將來咧，每個地方其實除咗國家14條之外咧，每個城市都要寫翻自己14條嘅。咁呢就佢哋自己寫自己咁，我將來做啲乜嘢咧？咁呢個大家睇睇。咁邊個係配合你嗰個行業啊？咁大家睇一睇啦。好啦，嗱咁政府係有資助嘅。咁大家留意幾樣嘢，留意比較重要嘅就係，如果你係老闆嘅話，就第3項大灣區青年創業資助嘅話，呢個咧。每人俾幾多係60萬，60萬48萬係海關嚟嘅，12萬係窿嚟嘅。咁另外呢個就大灣區青年就係呢個就係俾老闆去申請去請人，咁呢個都俾好多嘅。呢 呢個俾幾多咧？呢個俾到萬，俾到1萬，但係你請嘅人咧就有10000蚊以上然後就去俾1萬咁所以呢個就係下一個青年創業俾錢你，上邊嗰就創新基地體驗過就俾啲短期嘅錢你去做多一啲event咁樣啦，做啲 function 咁樣。咁你睇翻咧就呢個就係政府即係呢個一啲支援一啲機構啦，即係做創業基地體驗計劃嗰啲支援嘅。咁數碼港其實都有俾錢出嚟嘅數碼港都有唔同嘅即係計劃咧呢個有 update 到4億㗎，即係有俾埋創即係投資埋落你嗰個公司。我記得數碼港啲同事都去過中大講過嘅，佢直情係會投資落你哋呢度。如果你喺數碼港做嘢咧，佢會投資埋落你公司嘅。咁雙創基地就係去嗰度開一啲即係短期嘅 event 啦咁你可以睇一睇邊樣嘢即係或者邊個地方啱你哋啦呢個就係啲成功嘅計劃啦，或者呢啲已經做咗計劃。呢個創匯曲呢個主要做文化嘅，雖然話創匯唔係話創嗰啲外圍創匯曲係個文化基地嚟嘅。呢個成功例子呢個係報紙都有報㗎。咁呢個小朋友咧我哋嘅小朋友其實係去咗國內做咩咧？佢做教育嘅，佢就幫去港澳台啲學生咧去申請國內嗰啲高校。即係你想申請大陸清華北大嗰啲咧，可以透過去幫佢做，亦都係去請啲內地先生咧，去喺個平台上面咧，即係做一個教育咁佢呢個係相當成功嘅。咁佢呢間公司咧叫做英才盛世咁佢都上咗報紙嘅。咁佢本身係香港人喺內地讀書，所以對啲內地嘅升學咧就比較了解啲。咁另外咧，但係睇翻呢個60萬啦，60萬有4%即係有48萬咧，可以係關嚟俾淨送俾你㗎，12萬就係窿嚟㗎。好啦，咁譬如有啲創業嘅成功例子啦咁呢個青聯深圳創業服務嘅試行計劃。咁呢個另外都係一啲即係成功嘅例子啦。呢個係做啲回收㗎啦，即係有啲係做啲回收嘅項目啦。好啦，咁就。咁你點樣申請咧？呢啲你當嚟我哋再睇，但係其實你喺創業其實最緊要除咗你 idea 之外，其實最緊要係團隊咁呢個限制第一要年青先啦。咁同埋咧，佢主要限制你一定要香港同埋內地每人起碼有2個申請人先有個合作即係唔可以淨係你自己申請嘅。咁呢個係數碼港嘅創業計劃啦咁未來都會有一啲計劃陸續出台嘅，深圳市都會俾，譬如有啲計劃俾50萬人民幣補貼嘅。Poly 都會理工大學都會有一個。即係俾理工大學畢業生咁如果你政府啲揾唔到錢點咧？其實市面上都有啲叫做 Angel Fund 嘅天使基金，咁呢個係其中一個老鷹基金。咁老鷹基金嗰個老闆咧叫劉小英，其實係新亞書院嘅，都係我哋啲校董咁佢係做呢個生意。咁點樣做咧？其實就如果你有計劃咧，其實你可以做啲咩咧？寫個報告遞上去咯，你直寫報告遞上去，咁佢就有啲人睇㗎啦。如果覺得好嘅話，就已經有備有成。咁所以你記住一個。即係一個項目，除咗你有個 idea 之外，你有團隊。咁團隊入邊咧，其實我都有啲學生做初創嘅，見到佢哋開始已經出現問題啦。開頭可能好朋友，但係一去到分工咧，點解你做咁多，你有咁多股份，咁點解你做咁少咧？即係大家有個爭拗喺度，咁所以嗰個友誼就維持唔到呢個項目啦。咁所以大家揾團隊嗰陣時咧，記住即係揾啲同你真係可以捱共患難嗰啲朋友。咁大灣區其實你將來大家都唔使擔心佢嗰個基建設施，我哋會有好多機場嘅，佛山會第一個啦，白雲有第2個機場咁所以機場唔使擔心。咁鐵路都唔使擔心啦，我哋鐵路成個大灣區將來會起5000幾公里鐵路嘅，即係每個城市會起500公里。香港成個香港得200幾公里嘅鐵路嘅啫。咁將來做啲咩？呢個我嘅 idea啦，其實你哋可以諗嘅。咁大陸即係國內咧，其實起樓起到，但係個譬如本地咧就比較弱啲嘅，即係如果你想做即係物業管理嗰啲係有得做嘅。咁內地譬如深圳佢都好多 BB 仔嘅，即係好多後生仔去咗就生仔生 BB， 咁 BB 細路仔就需要好多玩具咁樣。咁交通方面啦，即係會唔會有個平台可以 call 大灣區邊個識嚟嘅 test 咧？呢個我覺得都可以做噶。咁呢個就係我自己本身嘅Prof channel 啦，本身嘅就係我自己本身個 YouTube 頻道嘅，即係講一啲創業就唔係我專長啦。咁但係我講一啲經濟或者個人發展嘅。咁就即係今日講到咁，但係如果大家if you have any questions, you may raise a question in English. I'll answer your question in the Q&A session.
Thanks, Professor Chong. May I invite Mr. Richard Chung to give us a talk about the growth of startup.
Hey, hello everybody. Thank you, Nelson, for inviting me today to share something with all of you. So my name is Chung. I'm the chairman of Innovex Holding. Excuse me for I didn't prepare any PowerPoint because of the time. So actually my company, the name is Innovex, but actually we are not. This is an old economy actually, because I'm a startup, but I'm a startup because my company started on 2014. And what we are doing is we are a boutique investment bank. I can actually, all the speaker already talk about very detail how to, what you have to aware and what you have to prepare for doing a startup. And in my turn, I would like to share about what some kind of more practically what I have experienced over the past 6 years. So actually my startup plan is started in 2010. At the time, I have a friend working in an investment bank, and we are very close friends, and I know a lot about how they operate a business of an investment bank. But you know, Hong Kong, most of the investment banks are big company or some foreign company or a big state investment bank. So why I will choose this industry to as a startup at the time during 2000. As you know, the stock market is quite hot over the period of time, and I find that the capital for an established a what we call the Type 6 license company is doing IPO business is not too big. The entry barrier is not very high. So at the time, the most important thing, as some speaker already said, is the people. So we need the people who are doing this business well, and they can cooperate with me. So at that time, I find these people until 2014, and I got the license we required and make application to SFC. At the beginning, the most important thing is people and the license. So I spend a lot of time to make sure the people we recruit are capable, and on the other hand, I sold some of my properties to invest all the money on the company, because we need to place and like a deposit to secure the SFC license. So in this process, I can say, of course, as I said, it's an old economy. Somehow money is important to get a startup. However, I think in this environment, as Dr. Chong said, there are many opportunities. We can get resources from funding, our government, and also some private equity. I won't shed too much light on this, and I think all the young people can search and make their own research on this area. So and go back to the starting, and I think another most important thing is that we need to work very hard, and we need to get a very good foundation in order to build up the business in the future. And we have to have a vision. That means how your plan. That means how will you step by step to roll out more product and roll out more projects in your business life. So at that time, 2014 and 15, as you may remember, the stock market has a big rally along with the Chinese market. So I'm very lucky. So I think the timing is good because I see the market will be quite well. And at that time, IPO markets is also very well, which is at that time I have some project. IPO project can be approved within 6 months. And I think recently you can see the market is not so well. Then I'm suffering actually. You can see my business is turning down in these 2 years. So I think what the startup you need to think, the timing is also important. So what is the best industry you would like to carry on at this moment? So I think Dr. Chong also said some ideas, as he said, about the toys and model, and I can't remember, sorry. So from this, I think very good. I think this idea. So we need to think about what is the best industry you want to enter. And afterward, I'm lucky that our business growing, and finally my company got listed on the stock exchange on 2018. And I also engaged in, apart from IPO business, I have security business and asset management. So so startup, another thing is you need to think big. That means you can see a lot of successful cases, and although there's some failing cases, and I'm lucky, maybe my company has a little bit maybe I can say a little success in a way that so I want to share the most apart from what we have to work hard, and we have the right timing, and another thing is we have to have the sustainability. That means if you think this is the way you want to do it well, you need to maintain your sustain your business. You think about this. At this moment, as I said, the IPO business may be not doing very well, so I may shift to other line of business. For example, I'm doing more about security business, underwriting, and asset management. So so don't give up too early. And I think even though your business area is very specific, like the one talk about the biological company, I can see they also evolving. That means the pandemic has also changed a lot of way of doing business. So finally, I would like to say is my company is also helping some startup actually. Like we are cooperating with Deloitte to help the company to get IPO to raise money. So if you have time, you can share with me or look for Nelson. Also, he has many connections to get funding or some startup experience. So we are open anytime. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Richard Chung, for sharing us the startup journey. I would like to invite Ms. Liu from 粵港澳大灣區廣東創新創業孵化基地 to deliver the presentation online.
Yeah. 邊個嚟？係香港嘅朋友，下晝好，我係嚟自大灣區科技創新服務中心嘅婷婷。好開心今日係以線上嘅形式與大家見面同埋分享。相信大部分嘅香港朋友咧都有嚟過廣州呢個城市旅遊或者工作嘅。咁廣州咧確實都係一個樂居樂遊、樂學、樂創、樂業嘅5樂城市。咁廣州有邊啲利好嘅政策可以支持我哋香港嘅朋友過嚟安居樂業咧？咁以下咧，我就會花大概5到8分鐘嘅時間，為大家講解下廣州支持香港創業者嘅一啲政策。係，以下咧我會分2個部分，第一個咧就係介紹我哋粵港澳大灣區廣東創新創業孵化基地。咁第二個部分咧就係2022年嘅港澳台創新創業大賽啦。 粵港澳大灣區廣東創新創業孵化基地咧，係位於我哋天河區天惠路10號、12號、14號嘅。咁我哋總嘅建築面積咧係有6.65萬平方米，係由我哋廣東省人社廳同埋廣州市天河區人民政府共同共建嘅一個項目。係嗱，我哋可以見到右手邊咧有幾張圖片，係我哋呢個基地咧係3月份係正式開園嘅。咁4月份咧，我哋就迎接咗我哋嘅中共中央政治局常委、常務院副總理韓正係嚟到我哋基地嚟參訪同埋參觀嘅。係呢啲咧就係我哋開園嘅一啲圖片。係咁，我哋咧喺2021年咧都有去過澳門嘅科技大學啦，同埋我哋嘅一啲青創中心。因為疫情原因咧就未去到香港，咁今日都非常開心可以喺線上見到我哋香港朋友嘅。咁我哋呢個孵化基地咧係免租嘅，對於我哋初創企業嚟講咧都係一個非常好嘅一個利好政策。係咁，我哋嘅建設嘅路徑咧係分為1368嘅。一咧咁咧就係緊扣我哋嘅粵港澳大灣區嘅產業嘅優勢嘅基礎啦。以我哋創新創業孵化基地作為龍頭，打咗一個對1+12+N 有引領啦、示範效應嘅創業孵化生態嘅服務體系。3咧就有3個智慧系統，因為依家咧呢啲園區都係以信息化啦、數據化啦作為一個服務嘅園區嘅基礎。咁我哋孵化基地咧咁都係有嘅。6咧就係6個服務平台啦，咁下邊嘅頁面我都會詳細咁樣為大家去介紹有邊個6個服務平台同埋8大功能分區。嗱，可以見到呢邊有3個分區，咁第一個咧就係俾團隊入住嘅，團隊就係未註冊公司嗰啲創業者啦，比如話工作室啊，有啲未成立公司嘅團隊。咁第二個咧就係我哋嘅初創企業嘅入住嘅辦公區，呢邊咧好多都係有獨立嘅空間嘅，就係比較有私密性啦。第3個咧就係非初創企業入住嘅辦公區，咁我哋團隊同埋初創企業咧呢邊咧都係有家具去配置嘅，就唔使話我哋創業者自己去買嗰啲台啊凳啊，只要係帶啲電腦過嚟就可以入住辦公噶啦。係嗱，咁我哋呢邊都可以睇到啦，我哋嘅創業團隊咧，如果係通過我哋評審咧，最長係免租3年嘅。初創企業咧都係咁樣，就係指註冊喺3年以內嘅企業。咁非初創企業咧呢邊咧就係要收取一定嘅租金嘅，就係指工商登記時間3年以上嘅企業啦。嗱，呢邊如果我哋係港澳青年咧，都係有非常大嘅優惠嘅。咁點樣係定義港澳青年咧？第一個咧就係你嘅團隊或者初創企業嘅港澳人數係超過30%以上嘅。第二個咧就係我哋嘅港澳青年或者係企業持股25%以上。第3個咧就係我哋港澳青年擔任我哋嘅法人啦，或者係高管以上嘅職位，咁樣都係屬於我哋嘅港澳青年。咁我哋咧孵化基地咧為咗咁好嘅服務我哋嘅創業者啦，咁我哋都有打造4辦5法，同埋引進咗有144位嘅創業導師，咁好嘅為我哋嘅入駐企業啦去提供我哋嘅創業輔導，同埋打造佢哋嘅投融資。咁我哋都係將4辦咧就係講嘅係圍繞住我哋嘅港澳人才嘅交流學習啦、實習就業啦、創新創業啦、安居樂業啦4大需求，提供我哋嘅政務服務就地辦、政府購買服務代理辦同埋創業聯盟服務港澳青年辦同埋市場服務嘅協助辦嘅。你右手邊咧就係我哋目前引進嘅有5家機構。咁創投會客廳咧，就係為咗持續咁樣吸引我哋嘅港澳青年喺大灣區裏邊創新創業，打造我哋國家級國際化示範性嘅港澳青年雙創孵化載體龍頭，引進咗我哋風投啊、創投等金融機構，加大對港澳項目嘅支持力度，向我哋孵化基地同埋1+12+N 嘅體系嘅港澳優質項目咧，提供一啲投融資嘅服務。 咁我哋每個星期咧，大概都有一次嘅咁樣嘅長頭會客廳，大概會舉行一次，然後有5家機構，咁5家機構同埋5家企業咁樣去共同去交流啊，打磨我哋嘅商業計劃書啊，咁樣。係為咗完善我哋嘅配套咧，咁我哋都有開通我哋嘅預約巴士啦，即係同我哋基地到地鐵站嘅一個專線。同埋呢邊講嘅人士咧都可以免費去我哋去免費幫你哋去申請我哋嘅人才公寓啦。咁人才公寓咧都係我哋附近大概3公里以內啦。係租金呢個咧都係根據天河區呢邊嘅一個租金補貼去跟進嘅。同埋我哋嘅食堂啦，同埋我哋嘅創意咖啡啦，咁呢個都係我哋基地嘅一啲基礎嘅配套設施。咁我哋咧每一個項目入駐之後咧，我哋咧運營單位都會配置一個叫做創業助力官，係專人嘅1對1服務，即係你有任何問題都可以揾到我哋嘅運營方去解決，去幫助你哋。呢個咧就係我哋基地嘅環境，可以睇到係非常之優美嘅。同埋我哋可以睇到啦，我哋有成個孵化基地大大細細，應該有20幾個嘅路演廳啊、會議室啊，都係免費俾我哋入住嘅項目去申請使用嘅。同埋我哋有健身房啦，有咖啡。同埋3樓咧有一個好特別嘅地方咧，就係有一個產品嘅試製試驗區。佢呢邊咧係政府購買呢啲機器，然後咧專門配製啲專業嘅人士去同我哋去講解。即係你可以喺呢邊去進行一個打樣，就係可以喺呢邊做實驗啊。呢個係唔收費嘅，都係免費向我哋嘅入住項目去開放。同埋創意書吧啦，咁創意之餘咧都係需要充下電嘅。每一層樓咧，我哋都係配製有2個茶水間。茶水間裏邊咧，我哋有熱水機啦，有微波爐啦，有冰箱啦。咁呢啲咧都係俾到我哋入住項目去使用。呢個咧就係我哋嘅政務服務商創服務一站通。商創服務一站通咧，佢咧就係有政府嘅部門入住，同埋運營單位啦，同埋市場化嘅機構入住喺呢邊。咁有咩問題咧，都可以喺呢個環境去揾到我哋去解決，即係唔使出園區，你嘅一啲工商財稅啊、法律啊、知識產權啊呢啲問題咧，都可以喺呢度得到解決。咁我哋開完一年左右都係有舉辦大大細細嘅一啲活動啦，比如話我哋會舉行啲黨建活動啊、新春茶話會啊、創意訓練營啊，同埋政策宣講。同埋推介我哋嘅項目去參加一啲大賽，呢啲都係我哋長規喺度舉行嘅一啲活動。咁企業嘅發展咧，肯定離唔開我哋嘅領導嘅關懷㗎。係以上咧就係我哋嘅呢啲領導嚟到我哋基地去參觀調研嘅一啲照片。咁我哋每個領導嚟咧都會入到我哋嘅入住項目喺度去同佢交流。有啲項目咧係領導嚟咗之後咧，就係會關心佢嘅項目嘅發展情況啦，然後咧就幫佢去介紹一啲生意上嘅訂單啊，呢啲都係我哋之前有過嘅案例。呢啲咧我哋係一啲活動嘅照片。同埋我哋咧都有非常龐大嘅一個媒體去宣傳，同埋我哋嘅品宣部門咧都其實對我哋嘅每個項目入住嘅情況咧都非常了解啦，對每個項目嘅宣傳咧都係做得非常到位嘅。比如話你需要招聘啦，咁我哋都會係幫你去發布一啲招聘需求。你要企業要去融資，咁我哋咧都可以通過一啲媒體去幫你發布啦，咁樣係都可以幫我哋嘅企業去打造一啲專屬嘅視頻、創意視頻啊，咁樣去推廣。係啦，咁我哋呢邊咧喺天河區喺網益嘅旁邊，係咁呢啲咧就係配套啦。其實都係非常方便嘅。 交通方面咧都係非常便利。以上咧就係我哋粵港澳大灣區廣東創新創業孵化基地嘅一啲講解。咁仲有一個咧就係我哋22年嘅港澳台創新創業大賽啦。咁依家咧都係正式可以開始報名㗎啦。呢個咧都係由我哋廣州市科技局同埋我哋大灣區中心去承辦嘅一個創新創業大賽。依家就可以開始報名㗎啦，到6月15號咧就係截止報名。咁呢個咧初賽同埋複賽咧係唔需要喺線上或者線下去路演嘅，只要提交資料就可以。咁決賽咧就可能線上參加就可以㗎啦。咁我哋參賽嘅領域咧，其實都係非常廣嘅，涵蓋咗我哋7大行業啦，即係我哋依家嘅一啲企業發展嘅啲行業咧，其實都係包括咗喺裏邊嘅。咁點樣去參加呢個需要咩條件咧？咁第一個咧就係註冊喺港澳台地區嘅企業，或者喺我哋中國內地註冊嘅港澳台出資或者係參股嘅企業。咁我哋主要係以我哋營業執照信息嘅為主啦。咁樣睇到你係屬於呢2個部分嘅，咁就係可以去參賽㗎啦。第二個咧就一定係非上市嘅企業。第三個咧就一定係要我哋嘅企業嘅知識產權清晰，係具有發展同埋高成長嘅潛力嘅。點樣去判定係中國內地註冊嘅港澳台出資或者係參股企業咧？咁以下咧3方面都可以去睇到我哋嘅一個符合條件嘅。係，我哋內地呢邊咧有一個 APP 叫做企查查，咁如果係輸入我哋嘅企業嘅名稱去上去，咁樣以下3張圖片咧就可以睇到你係咪符合啲參賽條件。係，我哋依家係6月15號係截止報名，然後初賽咧大概係6月底到決賽係7月21號左右。咁報名開始到複賽咧，呢個咧都係唔需要我哋企業再去參加路演㗎啦，就只要提交資料就可以。如果決賽咧，我哋去睇疫情嘅情況啦。如果係穩定咗，我哋咧就會舉行線下嘅一個答辯。如果係疫情仍然係咁樣嘅話，咁我哋係線上去參加就可以㗎啦。大賽嘅形式咧，主要係8+7嘅答辯形式，8分鐘嘅路演時間同埋7分鐘嘅評委提問時間。咁我哋大賽咧係唔收取任何費用嘅，而且係有獎金。獎金部分咧，我哋接落嚟就會講到啦。呢個咧就係大賽報名需要提交嘅一啲資料，咁都係非常之基礎嘅一啲信息啦。咁一定要注意下喎，因為我哋初賽同埋複賽咧係唔需要路演噶嘛，所以提交嘅資料一定係要非常認真去提交先可以。係，咁我哋點樣去評分咧？第一個咧評委咧都係從我哋中國創新創業大賽嘅專家嘅評委庫同埋廣州市嘅科技局專家庫去抽取嘅。複賽咧，咁我哋係以3個評委去現場抽籤咁分組，決賽咧就係7名嘅專家去組成，咁都係由我哋現場抽籤同埋決定嘅。係，呢個係評分規則。評分規則咧，第一個我哋可以注意下係主要比較分數拉得比較高嘅咧，就係我哋技術產品同埋團隊呢方面啦。其次咧就係我哋嘅行業同埋市場。咁我哋有啲企業就會有啲疑問啦，可能話我係舊年先成立嘅公司喎，咁樣我哋嘅參賽咪好蝕底？係，你可以睇到啦，財務分析呢部分咧得5%㗎咋，所以就唔使咁擔心。只要你係技術好勁，同埋我哋團隊都非常之優質嘅話，咁我哋去參加一定係冇問題嘅。係，咁最重要嘅咧就係我哋獎金啦，我哋第一等獎咧係有50萬嘅。係1名，咁第二等獎咧係30萬，3等獎咧係20萬，優勝獎係有10萬嘅。咁呢啲咧都係我哋科技局呢邊係一次性俾到我哋企業嘅。係，仲有我哋如果係獲得我哋嘅香港青年發展基金以下呢4個計劃資助嘅話，咁我哋係直接可以獲得10萬蚊嘅優勝獎嘅。咁呢個咧就唔列為頭先嘅優勝獎名單裏邊，係只要你報名參加就可以獲得10萬蚊。係， 呢啲咧就係獲獎之後，我哋需要提交合實嘅一啲資料。第一個咧就係一定喺我哋廣州註冊登記嘅如果係註冊喺廣州嘅咧，企業咧就可以直接獲得我哋嘅獎金啦。如果係未喺廣州落戶嘅咧，就一定喺我哋嘅名單公示日之內90個工作日去完成我哋嘅註冊登記。呢個可以了解下就得㗎。係頭先獲得呢啲基金計劃嘅咧，都可以提交下以下嘅資料。咁我哋大賽咧，除咗攞獎金之外咧，肯定有其他嘅一啲服務嘅，比如話我哋可以入住我哋嘅園區啦，我哋都會提供我哋嘅投融資嘅對接啊，或者係銀行嘅貸款嘅授信嘅對接啊，同埋我哋嘅舉辦一啲沙龍活動啊，同埋我哋嘅企業宣傳。係咁總結起身咧，呢個大賽咧就非常簡單。第一個咧就係我參賽嘅資格非常明確，只要你係註冊喺港澳台地區嘅企業，或者係我哋內地嘅港澳台出資或者參股嘅企業，咁樣就可以參加啦，就符合參加嘅條件啦。咁第二個咧就係我哋覆蓋面非常之廣啊，凡是我哋依家係國家新興戰略嘅一啲行業咧，其實都係涵蓋咗嘅。第三個咧，我哋就係曝光度非常之高，我哋嘅主流媒體咧3市區嘅，咁我哋咧一般都係會跟蹤咁樣去宣傳我哋企業，咁都係比較多我哋企業嘅一啲曝光度啦。第三個咧就係參與度非常靈活，就提交一次材料最多係1次嘅線上答辯，咁樣就去最高可以獲得50萬嘅獎金啦。係呢啲有啲問題係我哋之前有啲企業去問到嘅。咁報名嘅主體係以我哋公司還是團隊咧？咁我哋係一定係以公司為主體去參賽嘅。第二個咧，一家公司可唔可以同時申報多個項目同時參賽咧？咁我哋建議係一家公司只係報名1次就可以啦。第三個係需唔需要費用？咁呢個肯定係唔需要承擔任何費用嘅。咁樣啲企業咧，仲會問到係咪一定要有知識產權先可以參加大賽咧？咁呢個係冇強制要求嘅，按實際填寫就可以啦。有就填寫有，冇就填寫冇就得㗎啦。咁左手邊咧係我哋嘅大賽嘅官網，大家可以去掃下，然後有興趣嘅話可以參賽。右邊係我嘅聯繫方式，有任何疑問嘅話都可以向我提問。好，非常感謝大家，我嘅宣講結束。
Thank you, Ms. Liu. And then we're gonna next have Mr. Chung to have his presentation for us.
Can 可以听到我说话吗？
可以啊，请开始啊。
那我开始了。各位香港的领导朋友，大家下午好，非常高兴哈，以这种形式给大家见面。本次我是想借助这个机会来宣讲一下我们中心的一个情况，还有一个就是我们针对高校老师创业团队的一个大赛。是由省教育厅主办的一个成果转化路演大赛吧，可能相比我们市面上很多的这种大赛有所不一样我们很多大赛可能是为了我们去做一些名次啊，或者说一些其他的方面的一些诉求，那我们这个主要是针对高校的科研团队的一个成果转化的一个大赛。首先我介绍一下我们中心吧，我们的名字叫广东高校科技成果转化中心，然后我是这个转化中心这个项目部的负责人程富平。转化中心呢，它是由这个广东省人民政府批准的一个新型事业单位，是由这个广东省教育厅和佛山市政府共建的。那从这个成立背景来看，其实就具备2个职能，第一个就是推动广东省或者说我们粤港澳大湾区的这个高校科技成果转化的这个工作 第二个的话就是服务佛山这个佛山市的这个产业经济的发展，因为从目前来看，佛山市也是一个 GDP 过万亿的一个制造大市啊，但是我们佛山市的高校就非常的匮乏，只有1所本科院校这就奠基了就是我们佛山这个企业或者佛山的这个产业在转型升级过程当中需要的一些创新资源或一些科学技术力量是远远不足的，所以说当时佛山市政府就把这个平台引到了我们佛山希望通过这个平台能链接广东或粤港澳大湾区乃至全球的一些科技创新资源，来服务我们这个佛山市这个万亿级的这个 GDP 产业的这个发展。那我们的中心呢是以构建这个高校科技成果转换平台与生态为基础就是从企业那块我们主要是以科技猎头因为我们是扎根地方产业，所以说我们对这种地方产业的这个企业的这个行业技术需求以及他们的一些发展还是有自己的认知和理解的。第二个的话就是为老师提供这个转化咨询服务。那这一块的话，其实从老师的科技成果转化这一块来讲，主要是有2方面，一个是产学，还有一个就是老师的这个产业化的咨询在这个后面我会具体再做一个解释和讲解吧。第3个就是我们也服务一些地方政府的一些政府科技服务这一块第4个方面就是以高校转化体系咨询这一块，就是我刚刚提到的为高校科技成果转化管理体系的推动就是基于国家的一些政策还有国家法律法规文件推动我们高校这个转化体系的这个流程还有流程规范还有一些法律法规等等一些规范，这样子可以为老师的在做这个科技成果转化过程当中没有后顾之忧，因为这个可能在我们香港可能会好一点，就是在大陆会涉及一些国有资产风险的流失等问题那我们单位中心的优势的话，其实从3个层面吧，就一个是我们是立足全省覆盖全国，链接全国所有的高校第二个的话就是我们也是以需求为导向，因为在目前的高校的这个科研体系里面来讲，还是以老师的科研为主。那我们这一块的话，还是以企业产业需求为主导，就是说产业市场需要什么，那我们就寻找什么，或者说引导老师研发什么，这样子就真正的就是从以这个市场的角度来看待这个科研的这个研发，就是你做出来的东西能够为市场经济的发展能够提供支撑，或者说有价值并不是说你是为了发论文或者说写专利做的这个研发。第3个的话就是我们也是国内比较少有的能够有一批这种技术经理人，我的部门有15个全职技术经理人这个技术经理人也是基本上是这个国家985、211这个研究生而且在这个国内的一些大型的知名上市企业里面做过2到3年的这个企业研发，所以说从这个技术语言的转化来讲不管是在高校的研发还是在这个企业的研发，都能很好从中间去做一个桥梁翻译的一个职能然后第4个的话应该就是我们一个佛山市促进高校科技成果转化服务产业发展若干扶持政策那这个时候我们每年度的这个资金规模也是超1亿元，等一下我会做一个详细的介绍这个政策这一块的内容。然后第2个我讲一下今天的一个主题，我们的一个宣讲主题就是我们这个广东高校科技成果转化路演大赛，这个是由这个广东省教育厅主办是由我们中心承办的一个省级赛事，应该是连续已经举办了5年。那从目前来看就是不管是从项目的数量还是从项目的质量来看，就是逐年在提升，而且这个转化的效果也是非常的不错的因为这个是用数据来说话而不是我在这里瞎说从3个方面吧，一个是这个项目的征集，还有一个是从宣传的影响，还有一个是转化的时效。项目征集的话，大家可以看下面这个图，就是不管是从数量上就是逐年增长的，比如我们18年只有66个，但是去年我们征集到的项目数量是345个。那这一块的话345个项目里面，其实80%左右是副教授级别以上的老师带头的项目并不是学生的项目。我们学生的项目应该是进入不了我们的这个比赛的这个入不了围吧，可以这么说然后从宣传这一块的话，那我们大赛是一个省级赛事，再加上这个教育厅的加持是吧？我们总共有233家媒体报道过，而且这个相关的这个百度词条已经超过了1000万了那最终就是一个以时效来 来说话了，就是我们的转化实效。那前3届我们大赛总共参加大赛项目总共有98个高校老师团队已经实现了项目转化。那这个转化的类型就有很多种，就比如说有创业的有融资的有做产学研的，有做专利转让许可的等等。那这种各种形式百花齐放吧，只能说是。而且这个入围的项目的转化率达到了37.8%。这个相比我们国内统计的，不管是7%还是15%还是12%就是高校老师科技成果转化率就远远高出了2到3倍了。所以说从这个转化实效来讲，还是非常不错的。这也证明了就是说能够来参加我们大赛能够入围的项目的质量本身也是非常不错的。再我们看一下这个赛事的实施。那赛事实施刚刚也讲到了，就我们组织架构是由广东省教育厅主办，也由我们的转化中心来承办的一个赛事。参赛对象这里有一个比较这个基准条件或者是门槛嘛，就是我们必须是高校或者职校或者科研院所的高校老师团队，这个是必须的。第二的话就是我们具有这个创新或者高成长这个科技中小企业也是可以的。那我们的赛道是分了4个赛道一个是这个初创赛道这个是针对老师还没有成立公司的这种企业这种团队吧。第二是成长赛道，这个是主要是针对这个已经成立了公司的。第3个就是我们今年联合世界500强企业，就是美的集团他们的一个储热事业部设立的这个行业需求赛，就围绕他们提的需求方向来进行报名参加比赛。第4个的话也是我们今年新开辟的一个赛道，也是为什么我今天来参加这个宣讲一个原因就是我们也开辟了一个港澳赛道，因为我们也希望能够香港或者澳门的一些好的老师团队能够把他们成果能够到我们佛山到我们广东大陆这边来转化，因为我们这边不管是从这个产业的基础还是从这个政策的支持条件都是非常不错的所以说而且包括我们以前也落地了几个这个香港科技大学的老师的项目，他也获得我们相应的资助，等一下我再做一个详细的介绍。涉及的领域的话基本也涵盖了先进制造电子信息工业互联网人工智能还有这个生物医药节能环保新材料等基本上我觉得应该覆盖了90%的这个行业吧。赛程安排这一块就是主要是从我们4、6月份是在参赛报名，我们截止报名时间是6月30号，然后网络评选是7月上旬，然后下旬就进行一个入围的评选，然后7月下入围评选完了以后，然后我们会做一个创业的培训，主要针对知识产权、股权设计，还有 BP 的这个撰写以及演讲，还有我们一些融资等等一系列的活动然后在初赛就我们在8月中旬会举办，然后最后的决赛是放在11月，这个是跟我们广东省的这个高校科技成果转化对接大会放在一起的。那在我们这个过程当中其实不仅仅是比赛了，我们还有线上专题展、精准对接会，还有这个赛展联动沙龙我这边特别提一下这个精准对接会。那我们有多种主题的，有这种行业主题的，有这个学校主题的然后还有技术主题的。就比如说学校主题的，我们去年搞过一个景德镇陶瓷大学走进佛山企业我们一共走了6家企业，促成了4项的合作。其实这个精准性是非常高的，这个精准性就源于我们技术经理人对行业需求的判断以及对老师成果的理解，才能做得这么精准所以说我们也希望这个老师能够有这个意向来报名，我们应该可以把你成果很好的去落地到我们广东佛山然后这个报名方式及参赛资料的话，大家可以登录我们的这个官网，或者说手机扫码，或者说加入我们这个微信群吧，我们可以1对1的来辅导你们来做这个报名的一些资料的一些这个辅导。然后在最后我刚刚有提到的就是那个美的这个储热事业部就是它一个行业需求赛，它主要是围绕这个智能家居健康烹饪洁净用水绿色能耗还有清洁技术以及空气净化这一块这6个方向来征集我们老师的一些科研成果如果很好的话，我们可以去跟美的进行对接，可以做产学研，也可以作为他们的供应商甚至跟他们一起联合成立公司这都是可以的。这个在关于这个赛事的特色服务其实我们的比赛奖金其实并不多，但是我们的比赛的这个差异化优势或者我们的一些特色的服务有几大块。第一个就是说我们有个250万的这个政策的全流程的扶持助推我们的高校科技成果转化这个250万
你好，你好，陈先生，你在吗 ？Hello。秦先生，你听不听到？嗯，all right，秦先生。Oh, okay. Well, maybe we can take a group photos together because given the time limitation, we're gonna skip the Q&A part for this time.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. Then, another professor. Okay. We're going to ask all our supporters. Okay. Nelson Tang. Nelson Tang. And
可以听得到吗？
啊，可以听到。
要不我把它讲完吧，这个最关键的地方。
好的，谢谢。我们现在合教。哎，
啊。
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
So thank you for attending the Community Shaper to Foster Youth Disposition in Innovation and Technology Development Seminar. Before you leave, we would like to take the chance to thank Innovation Technology Commission, Cyberpod, and CNHK. As well, we would like to give thanks to Youth Innovation and Entrepreneurship, Alliances of Guangdong and Hong Kong Macau GBA, Rotary Club of New Territories, Rotary Club of Kowloon West, Appetite Sub, Foshan Hong Kong Marco Youth Entrepreneurship Center, Unleash Foundation, Appetite Sub, EP Venture, Youth Power, Seeker, Vaccine for You, Bath Bio, Hard to Hear, CAGA, Hong Kong Blockchain Industry Association, Hang Seng University Greater Bay Area Innovation Hub, Sun Lawyers LLP, Starty, Postgraduate Student Associate of the Hong Kong Universities, and a Postgraduate Student Associate of the CHK, 粤港澳大湾区创生创业孵化基地。广东中心创投企业管理有限公司。So today will be our end of our seminar today in here, and we'll see you next year. Thank you. Bye.